Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to begin in a couple of minutes. We'd request you to take your seats and just settle down. The program is about to begin in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you finished your lunch, we'd like you to make yourself comfortable in the banquet hall, please. Please settle down and be seated so we can begin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We request you to sit down, please. Settle down. I hope you're feeling well and you're comfortable in your being. Dr. Mickey Mehta already says he's feeling very, very well. Please settle down. You can continue your conversations once you're seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome and thank you for being well-being ambassadors at the Wellness Confluence by HDFC ERGO. My name is Rishi K, and I'm your host for this afternoon leading up to the evening. And I wanted to just start with a small little nugget, and I promise to keep it brief. You know, we radio presenters tend to go on. You have a button, you can switch us off on the radio. You don't have one here, but that's a risk that HDFC ERGO has taken. And I'm going to take a little advantage of it, at least in the beginning. Two artists in the international firmament, both singers, one an artist called Sting, he just performed at the age of 72 for 2.5 hours at the Mahalakshmi Racecourse for Lollapalooza. And the other, an equally talented artist called Jim Morrison from The Doors, who passed away at the tender age of 27. Now this example of Sting versus Jim Morrison could easily be translated into Lata Mangeshkar versus Geeta Bali, could easily be translated into Asha Bhosle versus Madhubala. The reason Sting survives and continues to flourish till the age of 72 is because of his habits. It's not as though he didn't have loss in his life. He lost his parents at a very early age. He was of very mediocre means, shipbuilder's son, south of England, but he also had a support structure, friends and family pointing out what was wrong with him, for him to fix that, take on some yoga, take on some dhyan, and he owes India a big debt. And like I said, at age 72, still performing. The other end of the spectrum, Jim Morrison from The Doors. By the time he was 25, he had sold more million copies than Sting could ever imagine. But fortunately, his habits ensured that he didn't last beyond 27 and he drunk himself to death. So the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and I'm so glad that none of us have to worry about that, courtesy the Wellness Confluence by HDFC ERGO. Feels absolutely great for you all, and thank you to see you all here, and thank you for prioritizing your well-being and joining us on this journey. Over the last 12 months, this confluence, in partnership with Great Place to Work India, has gone on from strength to strength. It has made itself a headline event when it comes to well-being, and as you can see today in this room, we have outstanding individuals from across the spectrum of expertise gracing the event. HDFC ERGO had launched the Habit of Life, the first of its kind well-being index for the country. And it's overwhelming that an organization came up with a well-being index that has the potential to drive the well-being agenda for the country. They always say, light a candle, light a diya, light a lamp, and you shall find peace. Which is why in India it's such a tradition to light the lamp, and I think that's the ideal way to begin proceedings today. Please may I welcome on stage Shri N. Naveen Sona, IAS Principal Secretary, Public Health Department, Government of Maharashtra. Please put your hands together. Please, sir, thank you for joining us. The one and only Shaina NC, fashion designer, social worker, the magnetic Shaina. Thank you for joining us. Yashaswini Ramaswamy, CEO, Great Place to Work India. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for being able partners. Shri Anuj Tyagi, Joint Managing Director, HDFC ERGO. Please join us on stage. And the one and only Dr. Mickey Mehta, Holistic Wellness Coach, the face of Habit of Life. Please join us to light the auspicious lamp of life. Can we now have a photo opportunity, please? All our esteemed dignitaries on stage. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote address shall come up in just a bit, and that is going to be delivered by the wonderful Shaina. But before that, a very, very special guest speaker. N. Naveen Sona joined the Indian Administrative Service in the year 2000 after completing his engineering. He launched the Digital Health Mission in Maharashtra, drafted the Maharashtra Medical Goods Procurement Act, and established the Procurement Authority first in India. He was instrumental for Maharashtra's adoption of universal healthcare and other major policy changes. He believes in bringing technology and people together, do business process re-engineering in public systems, and he really encourages synergy with public and private expertise in healthcare. We're very privileged to have with us N. Naveen Sona, IAS Principal Secretary, Public Health Department, Government of Maharashtra. Please, sir, grace the auditorium. We'd like you to be our guest speaker. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So it's a great pleasure to be part of this Wellness Confluence by the HDFC ERGO. Now, first of all, I would like to congratulate the HDFC team for venturing into the wellness index, I'm told. So it's a remarkable concept, and it's something quite needed. So first of all, a little bit about what we do in government in wellness. Of course, if you look at the health department, which I head, it is called the health department. It's not called the wellness department, right? But you'd be surprised to know that there's a huge change in the thinking and the paradigm of what health, and the flip side of the coin being is wellness. So preventive health is actually the biggest paradigm change in the last few years, least of all because of the kind of intense awareness the pandemic has actually put into public domain. So you'll be happy to know that we have more than 12,000 field health facilities, right? 12,000 in Maharashtra. So what we call the sub-center and the the primary health centers. So with the health wellness concept, we have recast this whole cutting edge, which is like every few villages are having one sub-health center. So we have relabeled them and recast them as health and wellness centers now, which may not be talked about so much in private space, but that's a big change. So in fact, we have doctors, we have BMS doctors being there, called the community health offices. So wellness is very much a fabric of public health policy now. And we look at lifestyle habits like, diet, exercise, yoga. So do you see the rural population taking up these activities? Yes, we see a huge change. The wellness is not just an urban concept. It's not something which comes out of a smartphone or the stresses of corporate life. So I think it's become a larger way of life itself, and be it diet, be it every aspect of life, spiritual and emotional and mental health, all these are essential. I would just like to highlight some larger goal in which this fits in with which the World Health Organization, the WHO, calls the One Health concept. The One Health concept is that it's all a connected system. So it even connects to whether what kind of pesticides are going into your agriculture. If you're having seafood, is your waste flowing into the sea? So it's all connected, environment, the animals in the environment, the plants in the environment. So the One Health concept is the next level at which we are looking at a global stage of sustainable development goals, which all the major countries are working on. Especially after the pandemic, we know the diseases jump species. So that is the other side. One thing I want to highlight, being a technologist myself in the health department, is how technology is changing everything. Wearables, something simple like a watch or a small app can change everything. I'm happy to share that a lot of tech is being put into the public space, and we are constantly trying to assess the health of the citizens. So out of, let's say, about 12 crore people in Maharashtra, we have done preventive screening of more than 5.5 crore people in the last 1 year. So this gives a huge change. So it's a huge change in the way we see health, and this is going to be a continuing method of interfacing with people. We believe that the amount of GDP which gets lost in chasing healthcare is highly preventable, and preventive health and wellness is natural corollary of that. So we have great ambassadors of wellness in this event. All of us, I'm sure, know Mr. Mickey Mehta and his a beacon of good health. So as the event unfolds, we'll hear more stories, and it's always inspirational. And wellness is a journey. It's not like a goal. It's a lifelong journey. Without taking much more time, I would only say on behalf of government and public space, rest assured that the public health and policy is very much aligned to the concept of wellness and universal health care, which we are rolling out, along with digital health, which I think is an essential part. So all put together, we are quite hopeful. We get the pulse of the nation, and we can correct it and give people hope for a disease-free and well-being in their daily life and professional life. So I wish again the organizers and all the participants the very best. Looking forward to the actual use of this wellness index. We all know the happiness index. We know the GDP index. So I think it's a wonderful thing, and I'm very intrigued to learn more about this. It's very useful. It's a real-time tool for gauging the needs of the people. That's the magic of technology. And I always say one thing before I close. In most of these conferences, I repeat again because it's such a wonderful thing. One of my favorite writers is William Gibson, the man who invented the word cyberspace, right? So he says, the future is already here, but it's unevenly distributed, right? So these kind of indexes, these kind of apps are making sure the distribution of the latest technology is even, and those people who are getting left out of the mainstream will definitely benefit out of this. So wishing you all the best, and thanks to the MD of HDFC ERGO and his team, and all the participants for having me in this lovely event. Um, Looking forward to the future success of this great endeavor. Thank you.
So we'd just like you to stay on stage for 1 minute, please. Like they've always say that our civil services is really the spine of the country. And you have great civil servants, you have great IS officers, and you know that the country is in safe hands. And I'd like to add to what Sir said. The future is here and now. I'm saying if there are IS officers like Mr. Sona, the future is going to be so bright that we're going to have to wear shades. That's the way it is. And you're absolutely right. I mean, it's wonderful to see people like Mickey Mehta, Shaina NC, who are glowing all the time. They make time stand still. I want to drink from the well of youth that they drink from. It's wonderful. I think it's just mental well-being. They just stay happy. We'd like now for Anuj Tyagi, Joint Managing Director, HDFC ERGO, to felicitate Mr. N. Naveen Sona, IS, Principal Secretary, please. You will hear me. Thank you so much. Thank you, both of you. You will hear this phrase a few times this evening, and it's important that you do. And the phrase is very simple. It's आदत से मजबूर नहीं मजबूत बनो. आदत से मजबूर नहीं मजबूत बनो. And that's what we aim to make our motto at the Wellness Confluence, courtesy HDFC ERGO. We've mentioned her a couple of times this afternoon, and now it's time for her to deliver the keynote address. The keynote address, ladies and gentlemen, is on the theme Policy and Advisory Perspective for Well-Being. I repeat, Policy and Advisory Perspective for Well-Being. She's an acclaimed fashion designer, social worker, so respected. I've had the good fortune of going to one of her events where, you know, she's had people eating out of the palm of her hands, and that's sheer respect. She engages in charity fashion shows, works with NGOs like I Love Mumbai, Giants International. She's known as the Queen of Drapes. She also holds a Guinness World Record. Please put your hands together for the one and the only Shaina NC as she delivers the keynote address.
What more should I say of Shaina? Sometimes she gives me a complex. She goes doing 8 days, 15 days of cycling, trips to Europe. She walks for hundreds of kilometers for days together. She does weeks of Ayurveda Panchakarma in Goa, Kerala, and she certainly gives me a complex. So Shaina, more to you.
Don't believe this, not even at face value, but having said that, let me start by thanking the Wellness Confluence, Tyagi ji, who seems super fit himself, Yashashwini ji, and of course Sona ji. Let me say you're very Sona for the government in essence of your name as well as what you just said. And of course our very own Dr. Mickey Mehta. So I want to only say 2-3 things. We live in a really fast-paced life, and genuinely health is wealth. I come from 2 diverse backgrounds. One is fashion, which is only high glamour, and one is politics, which is clearly high stress. So having said that, when you had this saying here, "Aadat se majboor nahi, mazboot bano," this genuinely says it all. Because our aadats are not necessarily very majboot. But looking at this table, I was just discussing with Dr. Shailendra there that, you know, I haven't eaten lunch and it's 3:30. And I asked, is all of this on the table healthy? So he said yes. So I had the juice there, I had the nuts there, and all the vegetables. But coming to what Mickey said, keeping in mind that Mumbai is such a high-powered, high-stress zone for a lot of us professionals and people in the workspace, we started a joint collaboration called Yoga by the Bay with Times of India, where we encouraged citizens like yourself to come out on a Sunday morning, just breathe in that beautiful air of ours and encourage yoga. I have been a yoga enthusiast, yes, and I do, when we get that limited break, just take off, go to a place near Rishikesh called Atali Ganga, where you can just trek into the mountains, breathe your own, be your own, and moment you're called back, you just hop onto that Dehradun flight and go back to Delhi. So I think it's about just prioritizing time-wise where you can fit it in. My father used to always say that the busiest man is always free. So for all of us who make this excuse, including myself, there are days when at home I just don't feel like getting up and working out. So I think whether it's these short breaks that work for you, it could be yoga, it could be Ayurveda, it could be cycling, it could be trekking, it could be just meditation. Do whatever suits you. And my only limited takeaway when I see people like Mickey who are so fit is that spend more time with people like them, because then they encourage you to do that little bit.
One more round of applause. That's Shaina. It was Shaina's brainchild, Yoga by the Bay, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji announced the International Yoga Day. And we brainstormed. She took me to Times of India. And till date, we've initiated 1 million people only on the pull power of Shaina's social connects. So thank you, Shaina, for that. I'm sure we'll be able to do lots for HDFC ERGO Habit of Life, of which I'm the face of the campaign, and we need to convert 1.8 billion people and initiate them into wellness. So are you with us?
Absolutely. And I just have one message for all of us women in the audience. You know, we are the sacrificing goats who literally take care of all these men in the audience, all our husbands, all our households, without realizing what happens to us and our body as we age. So my limited piece of advice, and as I said, I'm still a keen learner. I'm not anywhere close to the fitness goals I'd like to be. But I really believe that if we can get up at 5 in the morning, cook for the children, go by train to work, then from there, go back home, teach our kids, cook for our grumpy husbands sometimes, continue to, nibhao all the various roles we play. Let's just fit in one more thing into our schedule, which is 1 hour for ourselves. Be it yoga, be it just walking, be it meditation, be it just dancing to great music. So for all of us working women, I think that's my limited piece of advice.
Thank you so much. Towards the end, I think with Shaina, we will take a pledge, the HDFC ERGO Habit of Life pledge, that we will do our country proud, and we will bring in all the Bharatiya Sabhyata of wellness and swasth, and we will lead our nation for tomorrow's generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much, Shaina.
How wonderful. And you know, I am very, very far from any fitness goal. But I tell you this, that there was a point in my life that the only six-pack I believed in was the bottle kind, till Mickey invited me to one of the Yoga by the Bay sessions. And there's something amazing about the energy there. When a collective commune of, hundreds of people get together and, breathe in and breathe out and do yoga by the bay, it just spurs you on to higher glory. And, there's miles to go before I sleep, but definitely all of us need to transform ourselves. That's an absolute given. Anuj Tyagi, we'd like you back on stage to felicitate the wonderful Shaina NC, Joint Managing Director, HDFC ERGO. Anuj.
Shaina wants to make one very good announcement, a great invite to HDFC ERGO.
Yeah, I just think it's great if we can get your whole community, HDFC ERGO, to join us this year for International Yoga Day, which is on Marine Drive on the 21st of June. As you know, our Prime Minister is actually the champion of great health and good health. And the way he looks at his age, the energy he has, and yoga being the mantra, I'd be happy to include and request all of you all to partner with us. Thank you.
I'm sure Mr. Tyagi will certainly oblige. Okay, round of applause for Shaina ji, HDFC ERGO, Habit of Life, and thank you, Sudakshna, for this. You deserve it all. They've burned the midnight lamp and kept this burning.
Okay, our next talk, and it's a talk, is on the theme democratizing well-being and the power of leadership. Democratizing well-being and the power of leadership. Somebody without whose insight and whose organization we just could not have gotten this done. And I'm going to introduce her to you right now. She's a cultural transformation and analytics expert with extensive exposure in leading projects for Fortune 100 worldwide. She's represented India among the emerging 25 women leaders in the Fortune Most Powerful Women Partnership Program, hosted by the US State Department in 2012 and again 2017. She was awarded the Super Achiever Award by the World Women Leadership Congress. And currently, she's the CEO of Great Place to Work India. Great Place to Work, of course, as you would know, is the global authority on workplace culture. Just a bit of a background before she comes on stage. She founded Culturalytics Private Limited, which has developed the world's first AI platform that defines and measures an organization's culture. She started her entrepreneurial journey in 2009 by founding E2E People Practices, which is a respected boutique consulting firm. We're very happy, we're very proud to have one of our able partners, Yashaswini Ramaswamy, CEO, Great Place to Work India, and she shall talk on the theme, democratizing well-being and power of leadership. Can we have you on stage, please? Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Need your support.
I'm a little short for the podium. I hope all of you are able to see me. Very good evening, and I know we have a very tight clock, so I'm going to keep it quite short. I think I've been invited to talk about democratizing well-being, and I thought what better for us to talk about the partnership that we're celebrating today. So if I can have my AV team bring up a couple of slides as I talk through, I think that will help. This is our vision, making India a great place to work for all. I think India by itself gives a complexity of execution, and for all is the other layer that it brings in. As far as our journey is concerned, great place to work. On the left-hand side, you have our footprint that is global. We work with about 18,000 organizations globally, of which about 20 million employees tell us what's happening in their lives and share their expectations and aspirations of what they call as future at work. We hear employees from around 170 countries, and we do this every year. And we've been doing this globally now for about 30 years. As far as India is concerned, our journey is about 17 years old. Just the annual statistic, last year was our largest study year. We've had more than 2,000 organizations participate with us. We've had about 5 million employees who've told us their pressing challenges and opportunities that excite them. And this covers about 22 industries. So I think without any doubt, when we're introduced as partners with a certain credibility, I think the numbers speak for themselves. And what the numbers are telling us is a narrative about toxic workplaces. And I'll come to that very shortly. If we move on to the next slide, I think I had a couple of them there. This partnership is the fundamental ethos of what we're talking about, right? So if you look at ours, I think this is the second edition, and thank you, Anuj, for starting this for us. Hopefully the future will take its own course, but it'll see what we see. Vinay, initial conversations with you as well, so thank you for that. And Sudakshna and your team, so wonderfully anchored for this. And I think the partnership, when this idea came up, just made sense, because you have an organization that is catering to more than 1.5 crore policies annually. And on the other side, you have an organization which is listening and giving validation as to what is working. We are also I'll be failing in my duty if I don't congratulate Anuj on being recognized as one of the best workplaces in the BFSI sector. So ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to HDFC and its leadership team. I think they champion well-being very passionately within the organization. Coming back to toxic work cultures, I think a couple of things stand out for us. The area that we're talking about is well-being, and I always say this, that it starts with the leadership, right? We can go on and on about doing this, doing that. Of course, intention matters, but like I always say, and my team has heard it multiple times, is that the pathway to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So it's always the intention to action, that gap that we need to address. And I must really congratulate all the organizations who worked with us so tirelessly throughout the year. I think, Anuj, because of this partnership, we've been able to now grow the sample of companies who are participating with us more than double. This year, we've had 217 organizations participate with us. And in the subset of wellness, we've heard more than 18.5 lakh employee voices. So huge round of applause to the team that has put this together. And I'm sure we're headed for exciting times in the evening when we have even more exciting voices as we recognize, celebrate, and award India's best workplaces in wellness. So this partnership does throw a lot of opportunity out there for us to create a narrative that India so wants. Now, coming back to workplace culture, I see it very clearly. Workplace cultures are but a microcosm of the society. Today, we spend more than 8 to 10 hours at work. The so-called flexibility has actually got work home. We say we're working from home. That seems to be a normal narrative. At least initially, we used to go home to rest and then come to office. That barrier has somehow got blurred. So I think we are entering into a future of work, if you want to visualize it, into an environment where self-discipline becomes key because the barriers are blurring. We have automation anywhere, everywhere. We have internet, and we're working about solutions to get us to technology everywhere. When you're working in this kind of an environment, you're expected to be on call every single minute of the day. In fact, there are organizations, if you want to look at the other side of the coin, who give internet allowance to employees just so that they're available whenever you want them. So this narrative about building a positive culture around well-being, in my view, is the urgent need of the hour. Because as human beings, and forget about gender, I'm sure for women it's a lot more complex. We manage a lot more societal expectations and cultural expectations of us in addition to work. So I'm not going to get the gender dialogue in, but just as human beings, if you're spending majority of our time at workplace and we're not doing the right thing in our workplace, I think we're also as citizens, as sons, as daughters, as fathers, as mothers, taking that stress into our homes, which makes our life complicated. So if you want to turn it around, and what is it that our research study has taught us this year? It's taught us that if an organization is committed to well-being, the leadership must invest in it. When we say the leadership must invest in it, what are we really talking about? We're talking about a leadership that is not insecure. Very often not, I'm asked this question to say, Yashaswini, how do I build a workplace culture that is not toxic? How do I build a workplace culture that does not have politics? And my answer is, ladies and gentlemen, very humbly, to say as long as you have people in the organization, you will have politics. We have human beings working with us. We're all human beings. We're prone to temptations. We're prone to taking shortcuts. We're all jealous. all of us don't share the same emotion or the mood that day. I think as far as there are human beings, there will be complexity at workplaces. What we need to manage is the degree of toxicness in the organization. A moment a leader role models authenticity, and in my view, authenticity is a very, very simple formula. It is honesty. Honesty is given. If you have to take decisions, if you have to stand by them, you have to grow, you have to be honest. Honest with yourself and honest with your stakeholders. Honesty minus self-righteousness, which is don't get your biases into conversations, plus vulnerability. You will have to carry your team along. And that is the bedrock of authentic leadership. The moment you stop posturing, the moment you start having honest conversations, the moment you're able to commit to your team saying, I don't have all the answers, but we'll figure it out along the way, the moment you accept challenges in your workplace, that's when the real journey begins. And today, as we celebrate India's best workplaces in wellness and well-being, you will see those shining examples, whether it's Capgemini, whether it's Innovation Labs, many such organizations. I'll really encourage you to read the report. And thank you very much again for this partnership, Anuj and the team, and a call out to my team as well at Great Place to Work. I'm personally very, very excited for today, and I wish all of you will have a wonderful evening. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We'd like you to stay back just for a moment, please. Okay, this is really special. We'd like Yashaswini to share this moment with her team members. I invite all the Great Place to Work India leaders who are in the audience to come on, because we want to unveil the research report that they've worked so hard on. Can we have all the members of the team, Great Place to Work?
Hi, sorry. This is a partnership, so may I invite Balbir, Akshat, Asmita to come on stage from Great Place to Work, but equally joined by Anuj, Sudakshna, if you can join us. So this is a research report that we've put together, which talks about the 18.5 lakh voices, and I hope you enjoy them. Suparna, if you're there, please do join us. Suparna heads our research and insights. Thank you.
Round of applause, please. We need more energy. Thank you, thank you. Thanks very much. Wonderful. Many congratulations for this amazing collaboration, HDFC, ERGO, and of course, Great Place to Work India. Creating a healthy workplace with a healthy workforce. This is the research report which has just been unveiled. All right then. You know, I was saying in the morning we had a very interesting session called Love All. And I said to the audience, and I can't help repeating that here, saying, we spend so much time at work that it easily outweighs the number of hours we spend at home. And the only way you're going to be happy is if work seems like home, because home is where the heart is. So if you're doing 8 hours a day and 2 hours of commute in a metropolis, Monday to Friday, chances are that you're spending more time at work than at home. And the only way you're going to feel completely happy is if you're able to be vulnerable in the workplace without people judging you. And I think we're getting there slowly, steadily, and beautifully. thanks to HDFC ERGO, and thanks to collaborations like this. Okay, just to do a bit of a rewind for those of you who need to get perspective on what happened. A year ago, HDFC ERGO embarked on a journey with India Incorporated, administration, well-being experts from across the country. The ambition was to make well-being an indispensable part of every citizen's life. So like-minded individuals coming together gave shape to a well-being charter. A well-being charter to set in motion a comprehensive well-being agenda for individuals, for institutions, for administration, all of that in our country. Now that day, HDFC ERGO also unveiled something that today has the potential to be the catalyst in making India a well-being first nation. HDFC ERGO Habit of Life. Aadat se majboor nahi, mazboot bano. It's a first of its kind well-being index for citizens of our country. If you want to know more about it, I'm not the right person to tell you. We got you covered. Please welcome Professor Ashish Pandey, IIT Bombay, for a session on decoding habit of life. The professor is a household name. He has keen research interests in mindfulness, workplace spirituality, management practices. He's credited with notable publications on moral reasoning and spirituality. He was recognized as a Bhagat Singh Chair Professor for Water Resources by the Indian government. Thank you, Professor, for being here, and over to you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Namaste. Let us take, anyway we are breathing, take your attention to your breath and your toes. Take two quick breathe in and long breathe out. One more time, two quick breathe and then long breathe out. In the ordinary situation, we actually remember our gurus because the language we are using, the knowledge we are going to share is all has come from a tradition of knowledge. So in the beginning of any deliberation, we do Guru Vandana. And mind you, one of the most prominent wellness or positive psychology intervention is gratitude journaling. If you look at many traditional practices and the contemporary knowledge in the positive psychology, neurobiology, they all are beautifully merging, and that's a great recognition which is happening in the current times. Really thankful to the HDFC leadership team for supporting this project, and professors are known for the storytelling, so cannot restrain myself. So 2-minute story. I was always interested to know about the wellness situation of the young population of this country. So with the help of ICSSR, we got a project and we conducted this study across India to understand what is the state of well-being. But that is not sufficient. We need to know what are the factors which are driving it. So we looked at different aspects of life, and what are the aspects of life for the students? It is their family, their academic engagement, their performance in the academics, their internal self, which is reflected in the values. So we put together a program, workshop, because we didn't want to just conduct the study, but we wanted to give some insights to our participants. And from across the India, we studied and tried to understand what is that which drives well-being. And we divided the whole population into the 3 categories: languishing, moderately flourishing, and flourishing. And in the continuous series, when we looked at, we didn't find any correlation. None of these were correlated. But when we categorize the whole data set in terms of languishing, flourishing, and moderately flourishing, some interesting thoughts came, interesting insights came. What was that? That was first was that no value, whether it is ambition or compassion or happiness or family, they drive values, they drive happiness, they influence flourishing. What really flourishing is self-direction. And that is connected with the social connectedness. So if you have some circle which is beyond your kith and kin, that turned out to be the biggest predictor of flourishing population. And what is the role of family? The role of family is to prevent languishing. It will not guarantee flourishing. What determines languishing is actually not able to connect with self. Low scores on the engaged living. So that gave us confidence that if we have to do something about the wellness of the mankind, it is the human self, the agency, that needs to be strengthened, that self-awareness has to be built, and that will pave the pathway for the flourishing life. And again, the Bhagavad Gita says the great insight, uddharet atman atmanam, atmanam mavasadhayet, atmai atmano bandhu, atma vai ripuratmana. I am the foe and friend of myself, but nobody else. And that was the insight, and that was the foundation on which Panchakosha framework was designed. From where when we look at self as our physical life, our emotional aspect, and our intellectual aspect. And that is, in the modern psychology, it is known as cognitive, affective, and cognitive aspect. Indian culture, Tatri Upanishad, and then other texts, and the whole of yogic text and the Ayurveda, they point out two more layers of self. What are those two? The one layer is which connects mind, means emotion, intellect, and the physicality. It is called Pranamaya Kosh. How we nurture Pranamaya Kosh, not through the food, but through our breath. And another layer which Indian culture and yogic tradition talks about is Anandamaya Kosh, which is layer of blissfulness. When all four are aligned, Annamaya Kosh, the physical body, the Pranamaya Kosh, the vitality, the Manomaya Kosh, the emotional aspect and intellectual aspect, which is Vijnanamaya Kosh, when all four are aligned, fifth is already there. We experience that. That is called Anandamaya Kosh. Anand is different from Sukh and Shanti. Sukh word come from Kha and Su. Kha indicates our indriyas. Kha indicates our sense organs. The pleasantness about the sense organ is Sukh. Shanti comes from the word Sham, which is lack of turbulence, equanimity. When there is no turbulence in the different koshas, we experience Shanti. But that is not the guarantee of Anand. When all are aligned in that process, we may not have Sukh, we may not have convenience. Our life might be very busy, but if these are aligned, if I am driven by purpose, which is the food for the Vijnanamaya Kosh, if my emotions are positive, which is the reflection of Manomaya Kosh, when I have full of vitality, and when I am taking good care of my body, no matter how much struggle is in my life, no matter how big is the purpose I am driving, I will be thriving. That is the Anandamaya Kosh. So that's why the Panchakosha well-being, that became the foundation for the assessment of the index. Index cannot be only talking about the pleasure and convenience and the niceties. It has to integrate life in its total complexity. So when we look at the habit of life, which is about failure, success, struggle, triumph, tribulation, we have to integrate all these aspects, and we collected. So the response came from more than 1 lakh people in 1 month's time, thanks to the team HDFC ERGO. We have got some insights. First one is that most of the population needs to take care of their career. And the major driver, major factor which is pulling back the wellness is career and social aspect and subjective vitality. We need to inculcate the habit, or if required, we need to impart the knowledge of enhancing our energy, our vitality, our pranamaya kosh. What we also found that in certain regions there are some green zones, and we need to look at the factors which are contributing to the well-being. So for example, in the Delhi NCR, in the Gautam Buddha Nagar, the normalized score is highest. In the Varanasi, in the Uttar Pradesh, that is highest, and we need to dig deeper into it. We also need to understand that there is an interconnection. There are factors which are connected to each other. And the first triad comes, the major interconnection coming out in our study is that 65% variation is coming in overall well-being through the intellectual well-being. What is that intellectual well-being? That is the reflection of Vijnanamaya Kosh. What is the Vijnanamaya Kosh? That is a reflection of our intellectual self. Intellectual self, we all talk about knowledge, we all talk about learning, but we do not talk about quality of mind. Yoga Sutra says mind has 4 qualities: Chipta, Vikchipta, Ekagra and Niruddha. When mind is turbulent, it is reflected in the lack of clarity, our inability to make decision, our ability to look at the complexity of the situation and identifying the most sustainable and holistic decision. So the lack of intellectual self, which is reflection of the quality of mind, is the biggest contributor in the overall well-being. The second aspect, the higher the physical well-being, higher the emotional well-being. Emotional self is deeply connected to the physicality. That's why many a time it is useful to carry out the physical activities without bothering too much about whether it is beneficial to me, whether it is working on me or not, whether it is beneficial to me or not. There is a great value of the routine. Ayurveda says that all the ailments can be cured by achar, vihar and vyavhar. We need to, if we take care of our ahar, that is more than the medicine. Ahar is the best medicine, paramaushadhi, that is called in the Ayurveda about ahar. And that is reflected that our physical self is greatly connected with our emotional aspect. If we look at the triad which is working and which is causing the highest variation in the data is career, intellectual, as I said, and what is one thing which connects career and intellectual is subjective vitality. We need to have the practices which are beyond physicality, which takes care of our pranamaya kosh, because that has direct impact on intellectual self. Breathe is a most interesting bodily activity. It connects exteriority with interiority. It connects sympathetic and parasympathetic system. Thank God we don't have the direct control on most of our organs. We would have done much bigger mess out of it. But that can be consciously controlled by the right breathing practices. So that's a triad. What we are finding is that 35%, more than 1/3 in the lowest scoring cohort are the youngest population of India. Youngest people needs biggest support. If you look at the insurance or banking sector, we see that the youngest people in the first few months or couple of years, the employee turnover is highest. No wonder this is the segment which needs highest attention for the well-being, because that is the source of wellness, because that is the source of the energy for this country. If we need to make this country great, if we need to see our country glowing in its full glory, we need to take care of this segment. last but not the least, as we suspected, the wellness scores of the women are consistently found to be significantly lower than the men. What is one more insight we are getting is that we also look at the dysfunctionality. So that the benefit of this index is, one of the specialty of this index is that we are not only looking at the aspect of wellness, but we are also looking at the aspect of ill-being, which pull back our energy. Anxiety, sentimentality, dependence, these are the inhibitors of wellness, and those scores are higher in the female population. But the last insight I would like to share is that there is no significant high correlation between, negative correlation between wellness and inhibitors. What does that mean? That means we can be experiencing wellness, but still there might be some aspect of our self which is reflected in our inhibitor, and that can pull back my general scores of wellness and my whole experience. We need to work on both of these pathways independently. The wellness pathways in our physicality and wellness pathways in our brain are distinct from the ill-being pathways. They do connect at certain points, but that distinctness is also reflected in this huge database. So we need to work on both, and that's why our index is complete only when it takes care of, which incorporates both of these factors. And we have tried to do that. Thanks again for the patient hearing, and I'm really looking forward, and the team in IIT Bombay, which is working with me, we all are looking forward to work on this project to get more and more insights and actionable points coming out of this project. Thank you very much.
Well, one thing I can say, and I can speak on Professor Pandey's behalf, it's a no-brainer when you ask him about great places to work. He will say IIT Bombay is a great place to work. I mean, I love the environment. You get in, the greenery, the atmosphere, breathe in that fresh air. No wonder you're looking so sparkling.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now, we'd like members of Aon to join us on stage, please. Members of Aon, please come and join the good professor on stage. And we'd like Anuj Tyagi, Joint Managing Director, HDFC ERGO, to felicitate this wonderful team.
So, may I call the Niklang and IITB team, Niklang, Brinda, and Harish, yes. Rakesh, sorry.
Hi, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, all. I request the production team to get the chairs and the tables ready now, please. Fascinating discussion that's coming up with three stalwarts, and I'd like you to welcome each one of them with a rousing round of applause. The first person I'm calling on stage is ageless, timeless lace and fineness, and I always joke with him saying, perhaps one of the reasons why he looks so young and youthful, despite his 60-plus years of existence on this planet, is because maybe he trained the Miss India contestants for so long that it kept him young and vibrant. The winner of the Economic Times Health and Wellness Icon of India Award, a gentleman with over 4 decades of experience in wellness, in holistic well-being, India's leading holistic health guru and corporate life coach. His multifaceted approach that includes movement, nutrition, physiotherapy, creative psychology, breathwork, and herbal supplements. He holds a dual honorary doctorate, serves prestigious institutions, inspires audiences worldwide. Might I add, he's also an author, poet, and philosopher, and the face of HDFC ERGO's Habit of Life. Please put your hands together for the very enigmatic, the very charismatic Dr. Mickey Mehta. I can safely say that this next gentleman is a legend, and a legend who's been admired over generations. He was Vice Chairman and CEO of the erstwhile HDFC Limited, and with the amalgamation of HDFC Limited and HDFC Bank Limited, he superannuated from HDFC Limited and was appointed as a non-executive director on the board of HDFC Bank from June of 2023. He's also a director on the board of several companies, member of many committees constituted by SEBI and the International Financial Services Centers Authority. Please welcome the one and only Keki Mistry, Chairman, HDFC ERGO. Thank you, sir. Our third panelist joined HDFC ERGO in 2008 to head the commercial business department, and since then has served at the front end, the back end, all those functions spanning across business, underwriting, reinsurance, technology, and people functions. He's worked in banking and insurance for almost 3 decades now with leading financial institutions and insurance groups in the countries. Please welcome Anuj Tyagi, Managing Director, HDFC ERGO. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this conversation is leading by example, getting the personal well-being right. Gentlemen, please take your seats. I repeat, leading by example, getting the personal well-being right. Mickey, I leave the moderation in your capable hands. Please enjoy this session.
Thank you, Rishi. Yeah. Thank you, Rishi. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mickey. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, it's a very special session. You know, the Wellness Confluence, according to us, won't have been completed until we hear from the practitioners, until we hear the transformational journeys of, you know, that we have, at least personally, I have seen in front of me. And Mr. Mistry's journey is clearly one such transformation journey into the world of wellness and well-being. It's also a very special conversation because we also have Dr. Mehta here, and the pact that I and Dr. Mehta have had that he's going to spill the beans. He's going to give us peep into his transformational journey with Mr. Mistry, what has gone by, what has, you know, how this entire journey was traversed. It's also a conversation super special for me because, as Rishi said, Mr. Mistry is the chairman of our board of directors, and it's my chance to ask him questions. So that doesn't happen too often because normally the roles are reversed. So I'm super excited. I'm now going to let go of this opportunity to ask Mr. Mistry questions. Well-being is, look, it's a very easy topic to speak about. It's a very tough journey to live. It's not a fad. You have to really make changes into your lifestyle. You have to really learn to say no to those, and you know, from my perspective, you have to really learn to say no to those gulab jamuns when they invite you. You have to literally run on that treadmill, not sleep on that treadmill. Because first time when I jumped onto it, when I saw a treadmill, it looked very inviting for me to go and lie on it and sleep. So you have to literally kick the butts. You have to change your habits. So we said, who better than Mr. Mistry to actually help us understand and encourage the audience, answer your thousands and hundreds of thousands of followers who are going to watch this program. Why don't you let us have a peep into your transformation journey? So let me start from the start. How does it feel to answer my question, sir? But that's not on a serious note, sir.
First of all, Anuj, thank you so much for having me here today. I'm not sure I'm the right person, but for whatever it is worth, I'll try to do
No,
as best I
absolutely,
can.
sir. In my opinion, you're the right person because I personally have witnessed your health, wellness, fitness journey, and Dr. Mehta will certainly let us know more about it. But when did it start? how did you come to realize that you have to get serious about your health?
I think it was in 2012. So what happened was I used to, in my younger days, in my school days, I used to be a sportsman. I used to play cricket, I used to be a fast bowler, I used to be a boxer in college. So I was very fit, extremely fit. And then I started working, and once I started working, it was, without exaggeration, 14, 15 hours a day. No exaggeration. So no exercise, no games, just pure hard work, working, and eating, obviously, because when you're working, you keep eating. So I put on a lot of weight, a tremendous amount of weight. And usually what happens is when you've been a sportsman and you start eating and you stop exercising, you put on weight very fast. At least that's my experience. So in 2000, and then the little that I could do is I would go on Marine Drive and run across the path and maybe do 2 kilometers of running or 3 kilometers of running or something like that. And then I found that my legs were starting giving trouble. My right knee was starting to give trouble. So first it was the left knee and then it became the right knee. Now when you're a fast bowler, right-hand fast bowler, you tend to put a lot of weight on your left knee. When you come into bowl, your last step is your left knee and you put your full body weight on that. So because of that, the left knee was giving trouble. And to avoid the pain in the left knee, I started using more of the right knee. So that's how it started. So I went to a doctor and he said, no, you need a knee replacement surgery. And frankly, I was petrified of surgeries, absolutely petrified of surgeries. So he said the only way you can avoid it is if you lose at least 25 kgs of, he said 20 to 25 kgs. So I went back and I genuinely took it very, very seriously. So I started a diet regime, no fancy diets prescribed by anyone. I went to multiple people, but frankly never found them very useful. So I started my own diet regime and I kept a count of 1,200 calories a day. And 1,200 calories on a gross basis. On a net basis would be under 1,000. Because I started also cycling, stationary cycling. And I used to do in those days something like an hour, hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours of cycling. So you get up early morning, get up at 5:30, 6 in the morning, do an hour and a half, 2 hours of cycling, and then you have your breakfast, have a wash, and go to work. So that was a daily routine I used to follow. So net, my calorie intake for almost a year and a half was under 800 net, 750 to 800. And I lost weight very rapidly. So in the initial first couple of weeks, there was no weight loss, so there was a lot of discouragement, but you keep going at it. And then once the weight loss process starts, it's very, very quick. And every week you start losing 1.5 kgs of weight. And then it came to a stage where I was carrying it too far. I could recognize I was carrying it too far because my blood pressure was dropping and I had other health issues. So it became a much more granular kind of a thing where I brought it down, my calorie count to about 1,500 a day on a net basis. And then I also started slowing down on the cycling, and I do about 45 minutes on an average of cycling in a day. There are days even today when I do an hour and a quarter, maybe an hour and a half, but most times average would be about 45 minutes.
Wow. And you did lose 20-25 kgs, sir?
I lost 26 kgs to be precise.
Wow. Absolutely.
In a matter of 1 year.
But we all know your strength on numbers, sir, but you've actually brought numbers and mathematics even in weight loss by giving the gross calorie count and net calorie count, but that's Mr. Mistry for you. Extending the personal wellness journey, your weight loss journey, and coming into seriously into the fitness zone. According to you, sir, what edge does a leader get by being physically active, physically fit, or mentally fit, most importantly?
I think both. It gives you physical fitness, because otherwise if you are not physically fit, you don't feel like doing those long hours of work that you need to put in. And it also gives you a huge amount of mental fitness. It's just not going and working for 10 hours or 8 hours or 12 hours or whatever it be. It's also applying your mind all the time. And being physically fit also, in a way, trains your mind. So your mind also becomes much more agile, much more sharper. And I guess it's a combination of physical fitness and mental agility.
And this brings me to a personal question, something that I personally have struggled over these years, sir. the fitness, I think it starts with mind. Mind obviously tells us, thoda aur so ja yaar, do gulab jamun aur kha le. And I have always struggled with it. How do you, and I personally know how carefully do you eat? How do you keep a track of calories in your Fitness Pal app before you eat? And let me also, spill some secrets. If there are cashews and pistachios on the table, Mr. Mistry will only pick up pistachios. I will not touch the cashews. But how do you resist all this? How do you manage to still stay course?
So it's a question of training your mind. Everything in life is about training your mind. Once you train your mind and your mind is aware that you need to do this, it's frankly not difficult. It's not difficult at all. You would never, no one will be able to tempt me to do something which I don't want to do. So you need to have that discipline. That discipline is very, very critical.
But कभी-कभी तो cheat करते होंगे आप, sir.
I do in a way, but I don't cheat because it's cheating. I know that I'm doing well. So
You can
why
still
not?
control, yeah, okay. And let me bring you in, Dr. Mehta, here. How do you help him focus on holistic well-being? Because well-being is not only about staying physically fit, it's much broader a subject.
There is very little that I do because Mr. Mistry's determination is beyond the sky. And his focus is so strong, laser sharp, that I just need to be there and he does the rest. And most importantly, I believe, as per the Vedic perspective and wisdom of wellness, that your belief can change your biology, your faith can change your physiology, and meditation, prayer, and determination can change your psychology. So it's all about in the mind, being in the mind. And I will throw one question back to you, that how do you keep yourself so strong? I see your shoulders apparently very well
I'm
toned.
wearing a padded jacket.
Okay, and your stomach is not so protruding out.
I'm not letting my lungs breathe fully.
And your jawline is that like of a model. Milind Soman would probably get a complex.
Thank you. So,
So how do you manage to keep yourself so fit?
how do I manage myself? See, I'm very selfish. When it comes to my personal well-being, I'm very selfish. And I think one of the speakers in the first session said that all you have to do is, China said, you have to commit yourself 1 hour a day. And that for me is my commitment. 1 hour a day, 2 hours over the weekends is something that I have not betrayed, I have not deprived myself of at least for past 15 years. So I think that's the only secret. Come what may, even if I'm traveling for a day, my running shoes will be in my bag. I have a very flexible routine. I am very moody. So if I feel like running, I run. If I feel like cycling, I cycle. If I feel like climbing mountains, and if my boss permits me holiday vacation to climb mountains, I go into the Himalayas and climb mountains. I basically do anything that keeps me happy and healthy. So so there's no secret. I'm not bound by any fixed regime.
That's very interesting to know. Something more about Mr. Mistry, that yes, certainly is very calorie conscious. And most importantly, he's so good at numbers that I literally have to go through his phone most of the time that he demonstrates that how much did he sleep, how much did he cycle, and how many kilometers, ask me, literally gives me a complex because sometimes he does 12 kilometers, sometimes he does 16 kilometers. On Saturday, Sunday, it seems he goes to Virar and comes back.
No, absolutely. No, of course. I can tell you how conscious, or I can tell the audience, we often speak about managing that balance between work life and, commitment to self. And I don't think I need to explain anyone here in the audience how busy life Mr. Mistry can have. Yet you have to see the discipline that he has in his life. As I said, when we all will have caffeine multiple times a day, he will stick to green tea, warm water, which brings me to a question, and I think dilemma or an excuse which often is used by people like us. How do I strike that balance between commitment to work, commitment to family, and commitment to self? You have been doing it. People who are regular in their fitness regime, they do it. But it's very difficult for people to understand who don't do it, sir.
I think firstly, I don't have the kind of discipline that you have. Let me start with that. When I travel a lot. I don't carry my walking shoes with me. I don't do all that. I do a little bit of cycling if I do have the time, but nothing more than that. But seriously, I think it's something which comes into you. Work obviously is paramount. Work, you have to put in a hell of a lot of work. But, but devoting time to your own self in terms of, keeping yourself healthy, keeping yourself agile, I think that is also very critical. So the way to do it is you get up a little early in the morning, do that 30-minute, 45-minute, 1 hour, probably most times it's 1 hour, do that 1 hour, then get on with your daily routine, and then family life is usually on a Sunday.
Sir, if may I ask, that what would be your advice to the new generation executives who also do many flights, run around a lot, spend long hours in the office, don't sleep much, and drink, smoke, and yet hit the gym and do hard workouts?
So honestly, hard work is important, very, very important. And people travel, so I think that is also equally good. Sleeping, yes, you must try to get decent sleep for 7 hours a day if you can. Eating, well, eating is in your control, drinking is in your control. So long as you drink in moderation, I see nothing wrong. But smoking, I think, is a problem. It really is a problem. And I'll give you my own story on smoking. I used to smoke something like 30 cigarettes a day, 30 cigarettes non-stop. I couldn't smoke at home. I'm a Parsi. So as a Parsi, my mother used to worship the fire, so I couldn't smoke at home. So every time I felt like smoking, I'd go out of the house, go somewhere, walk down the corner, have a cigarette and come back. And it became such a passion, such a basic thing that it was just, I couldn't live life without a cigarette. It was so bad. Then in 1994, I had a little bit of it was a holiday, and I'd come to work, and I had a little bit of a pain in the chest. And Deepak, who was then the chairman, he took me to a doctor. It was a holiday, and he said, no, you get yourself admitted to a hospital. So I got myself admitted in Breach Candy Hospital. And very honestly, it was the first time in my life I went to a hospital. So I went to the hospital, took out my cigarette packet, and I was about to light the cigarette when the sister came and got sort of upset with me. But the next day in the morning, I had this doctor who I really believe changed my life completely, Dr. Farooq Udwadia. And he came in the hospital he came to my room in the morning. He sort of examined me. He must have seen that everything was fine. And then he asked me, and I told the sister that I smoked 30 cigarettes a day. And then he saw the chart which said I smoked 30 cigarettes a day. Then he took that chart, he threw it away, and then he didn't talk to me at all. He told the attendants at the hospital, let him go. He has got another 2 or 3 years to live. Let him live his life outside the hospital. We don't need him in the hospital. There are more important people who the hospital needs. So that shock treatment made me give up smoking. So I really, truly bless him, because if I had continued being a smoker at that time, I'm not too sure what the state of my health would be today.
So from being an avid smoker, today Mr. Mistry has taken up to a lot of deep breathing. I also know he has a spiritual side to him. Of course, he's a philanthropist and he goes to Fire Temple every week. So sir, what's your spiritual quotient and what would be your advice that how focused they should be on their mind, of course, but spirituality also for their overall well-being?
Well, I think it's very important to be part of, you're part of society. God has blessed you with a lot of things which most people don't have. So it is your duty, in my opinion, to share what you have, or share a little bit at least of what you have with people who need that help. So that's why looking after, charity, or, doing things for others is very important. And I feel very strongly about old people. You see young people, there are multiple charitable organizations, CSR programs who help children and who help younger people. But there are very, very few CSR programs which look at old people. So that's something I do and would like to do.
And I'm still stuck on that throwing the butt, kicking, giving up smoking, sir. I'm stuck there. You
30
just did it like
cigarettes in
this.
one go.
One go.
30 cigarettes in one go.
It was one go. Honestly, Anuj, I think it's very important for everyone. Anyone over here who smokes should know that it really, really changes your life after you stop smoking. See, the one bad thing of stopping smoking was that you put on weight very quickly because you eat more. Your hunger sort of increases and you tend to eat more. But apart from that, smoking deteriorates your health to an extent to which you do not realize, whether it's your lungs, whether it's your organs, a variety of things. So it was stopping at one go. I know that if I had one more cigarette after that, I would never ever have been able to give up smoking. 4 or 5 days after, maybe a week after this incident, I had to go to, I think it was Mauritius for some work, for some consultancy work. And I, as usual, carried one packet of cigarette with me. And I came back after the first day and I took out that cigarette and put it in my mouth, but I didn't light it. And I think that one moment, honest to God, that one moment made the difference in life.
Wow, wow. And well, you can actually clap generously wherever you feel like. It obviously, you know, and Mr. Mehta, Dr. Mehta, you will also agree with me that consistently traversing the entire wellness journey year after year is difficult. You have to really have a very strong mind. You have to have a very strong willpower. And sir, the fact that you were able to quit cigarette just like it shows that fundamentally you have a very strong willpower. So you may not feel the difference, but if I were to also ask you, once you started becoming very serious with your health and wellness, do you also see your determination, the effects on determination, effects on willpower, your ability to withstand pressure, does it increase? Do you see those perceptible differences in life?
It does, because you feel, as I told you earlier, you feel mentally more agile. So if you mentally feel more agile, you have that much more energy to do things. You're physically fine, you're mentally fine, so you're able to put in longer hours, you're able to put in, a lot of thinking into what you are doing. And I think Mickey has also helped a lot in terms of my wellness program over the last few years.
And let me come to you, sorry, if you have a question, keep that in mind, but let me come to you at this stage, Dr. Mehta. Hame, possibly some of us can still relate to it, and, fundamentally, we've learned to cheat our mind. When the mind says, aaj so ja, when the mind says, gulab jamun kha le, when the mind says, the whole world is partying, you're running, why are you doing it? Kahin na kahin we've learned to cheat our mind. Now, to be a successful, traveler on the fitness journey, you have to learn to cheat your mind. You have to learn to tame your mind. So, आपके पास जब कोई नए आता है, how do you teach them? How do you explain them to not to do what exactly the mind says?
I simply ask them, how much do you love yourself? How much do you love your family? And if you don't want to land up on hospital beds with pins and needles, with blood transfusions, surgeries and organ transplants, please listen to me.
Wow.
You have a life of dignity, life of grace, don't just throw it away. My principal used to tell me, don't throw away the baby with the bathwater, ever. And if you have little respect for the life that has been gifted to you just like that, please treat it as a temple and respect it, regard it, keep it clean. Don't be mean, don't be lean, plug out from the machine, plug into your heart, go green. So when I say don't be mean, don't eat animals also.
But सबको समझ में नहीं आता होगा, and at this stage I remember an anecdote of an opportunity to travel with a very successful personality in the country. God bless him. Unfortunately, he's no more. I was sitting next to him and I asked him, you're so successful, I wouldn't take his name. Share with me something that you have to, the pearls of wisdom. And he says, beta ek hi baat yaad rakhna, life mein na, health se badi koi cheez nahi hai. Sounds cliche. He says, he exactly said it, cliche. So I said, nahi sir, main to bahut dhyan rakhta hu. He says, dekho, look at me. I may be what I am. And I'm talking of somebody who's super rich, super successful in the country. He was. He said, देखो, मेरे पास बहुत पैसा है, मैंने सब कुछ किया, लोग मेरे बारे में बात करते हैं, मैं wheelchair पे चलता हूँ. I can't walk on my own. He says, मैं वो खाता हूँ जो मेरे डॉक्टर मुझे खाने के लिए देते हैं, which means दवाइयाँ. And last thing he said, it struck me here. I can never forget. He says, मैं कपड़ा ऐसा पहनता हूँ जैसा मुर्दे को पहनाते हैं. He says, my clothes have no fitting. So if you have to take something from me, just remember, invest in your health, invest in your health. तो सबको, I'm sure, समझ में नहीं आता होगा जब आप कहते होंगे, love yourself, but these are such strong words. If you, and I personally follow this, if you can't love yourself, आप बाकी किसी के बारे में क्या सोचेंगे, बाकी किसी के बारे में क्या करेंगे?
Anuj, let me share a small real life story with you. Supposedly, the biggest investor of India, the biggest mind in investment in India, literally the czar of the stock market, met me 4 times, negotiated with me all the 4 times, and unfortunately, he passed away. And so this brings to the fore that invest your time and your wealth in fitness, in wellness, in health, and in well-being. Death has no right on life. Death is the culmination of diseases, and diseases are the culmination of your choices. We are born instinctive, but we can live consciously. So let your consciousness override your instincts, and you will be a human being who can rise above gods or fall below animals and live a life of a hermit, a saint, or in perfect balance, like I do.
Sorry, you had a question, I interrupted you. Okay, you forgot. Let me move on now.
Bhula.
So, obviously, no well-being journey is completed unless we speak about food, right? And I'll come to you later on the importance of food and how do we balance this. That's something I have never been able to do so far. But sir, how do you manage to stay on healthy food course when you travel?
So when I travel, I use my usual app. I have an app which I use, which is called MyFitnessPal, which is what which I've been using now for more than 10 years. And in that, I measure the calorie count that I'm having. So I use that app.
आज वो ऐप के downloads बहुत बढ़ जाएंगे सर ये देखने के
But that's what I use when I travel. But in food, I'm not a foodie. I like the taste of food, but the biggest advantage for me, which many people will not have, is I never feel hungry in life. I'm never hungry. I can stay without food for 24 hours and I won't feel anything at all. Not the slightest pang of hunger.
And
which is what helped in reducing the weight I got.
And I can't resist asking this. You don't like vegetarian food at all? That kills your appetite.
Anuj, on the lighter side, the only vegetable, if you call it a vegetable, I'd had in my life till the day my daughter was born was potatoes and onions. And beyond potatoes and onions, if you call those vegetables, I've never ever had vegetables in my childhood. Never ever. I don't know what vegetables are. Then my daughter was born in the middle of the night. It was around 10:30, 11 at night. And the doctor comes out of the operation theater and he said, we need AB negative blood, which is my wife's blood group. Now, at the middle of the night, how do you organize AB negative blood? So waiting outside the operation theater, I said, if all goes well, I'll become a vegetarian on that day. That day was Tuesday, which is today. Oh, wow. So today, I had no breakfast, no lunch, I'll have no dinner. Because it's all vegetarian food.
So you've turned vegetarian, and I think the easy thing for you is to give up food rather than having anything.
I think what comes to fore with Mr. Keki Mistry is simply that he is an epicenter of determination, epitome of focus. And there is one thing very clear. Sankalpa se Srishti, Sankalpa se Siddhi, Sankalpa se Samruddhi.
Wow. Sure.
To sum it all up.
Yeah, that's true. So, sir, what's next? What are you looking forward to add in your fitness journey, well-being journey?
I think I've done what I needed to do, and I just want to continue what I'm doing. Maybe a little more of deep breathing, which would help in a couple of, clearing the nose, stuff like that.
Right.
I think you like chocolates also a lot because almost every fortnight you give me a chocolate. I'm sure you buy for yourself.
I have a fridge which is full of only chocolates, and my wife doesn't eat chocolates, my daughter doesn't eat chocolates, and I hardly eat chocolates. So, but I keep getting chocolates and they're there.
Okay. So we know which fridge to raid in Mumbai if you want a chest of chocolates. All right, sir. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking to you, sir. It's been a pleasure talking to Dr. Mehta.
Well, thank you very much. I think I'm in August company. I should be very grateful to you, grateful to HDFC in the first place. And habit of life is now very close to my heart. The mandate given to me is to transform 1.8 billion people into wellness. We'll be working jointly on the Charter of Health. And thank you so much, Sudakshana, Shashank Shetty, Anuj, and Sir. Thank you so much for allowing me this. And this year is going to be HDFC ERGO's dynamic year when it comes to contribution for evolution of mankind through habit of life.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mehta. Keep inspiring us. Thank you very much, sir. It's been an inspirational conversation, and I'm sure the audience here and the audience online would certainly have a few learnings to take out of it. I still have a few more minutes on the clock. If there are any questions in the audience, please feel free.
We have a very senior HR gentleman here. Mr. Sanjay Muttal, is he here? He's gone out. I think let Jimmy ask Sir a question or Anuj a question.
Well, it's amazing to listen to you guys. I can understand the kind of corporate pressure that Keki's gone through and you go through. It's extremely easy to say work-life balance. It's very, very difficult to have work-life balance because when work goes off the tail, and so does your life go. And when work is great, somehow life is always great. What are your views on it and how do you manage to balance the two?
I mean, let me try and answer that question, Anuj. Maybe you could add to it. I think it's just a question of having discipline. The most important thing in life is discipline. In whatever you're doing in life, have long-term goals and have discipline in what you're doing. So the discipline is that every day in the morning you must get up at a certain time. Every day in the morning you must put in that time for your fitness program, which is for you yourself. And then after that, the rest of the day, whatever time in the evening or night is for work.
I think for me, Jimmy, it's a topic which is hotly debated, and I don't think anybody has a perfect fix on this. If you really love your job, if you really love what you're doing outside of the work, if you really love your family, I don't think there needs to be a very conscious need to strike that balance. The balance comes. Very philosophical answer. In practice, what I've done is, and I also struggle with this, am I doing justice to my job? And especially, if you have chairman like Mr. Mistry on the board. But on a serious note, when you're in the growing up phase of the organization, you also often ask this question to yourself: are you doing justice to the job? Are you doing justice to the family? I started getting up at 5 in the morning, right? Which gave me a couple of hours every day extra. And trust me, it does wonders. I can work out. I have, it gives you, I can certainly see my efficiency has increased, which means you can also, and not necessarily you will have balance every day. You can finish off your time. Maybe there will be days when you can't leave for home in time. But at a larger level, if we just make slight amendments in our lifestyle, we blame our work, we blame our organization far too much for what the organizations or the work deserve to be blamed for. We don't make changes in our lifestyle, and we continue to blame our work pressure. I don't think it's such a complicated thing to strike that balance.
Now that Mr. Sanjay Muttal is here, sir, he's your biggest fan, and he's a czar of the corporate HR industry. Would you like to ask him a question? Sir is here. Rubaru.
Well, one leader that I admire is Mr. K.K. Mistry. I have met you earlier. And what Anuj asked, I have gone through that. Post-COVID, I started running. I now do 12 kilometers every day. I follow gluten-free diet, 0 spice, 0 sugar, stopped alcohol. So some friends ask, why are you leaving then? I always say living for myself, because the rest of my earlier years, I have done whatever I wanted to do. But believe you me, and what he said stuck with me, that energy level, the mind energy level is substantially higher now. Physical levels are substantially higher now. And all the time that you need me to go on any work, I'm always willing and around available. But Mr. Mistry, I have tremendous regard for Dr. Farooq Odwani, and you talked about him. Had that moment not come, you think you would have continued to smoke?
100%.
Oh gosh. Thank you for being candid. Thank you.
Well, that's the unfortunate part, that some of us need those shocks in
You
life
just
to
need that
realize.
shock treatment. For any change in life, you need a shock treatment, something to give you a shock, something that makes you realize that, everything can come to an end at one moment.
I'd like to give an incentive also, that should you wish to attend and enjoy your children's wedding, play with your grandchildren, holiday with your great-grandchildren, and attend your great-great-grandchildren's wedding and dance with them, please be well.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो जाएगा. This will put load on planet Earth. We'll run short of resources. But not to take away the point that you mentioned, Mr. Mehta. Any other question? Okay, we have Oh, show of hands. Okay, there are more than. I think I should give my mic. Okay.
Yeah, hi. My name is Dinesh. I think I'll ask this question on behalf of a lot of people. We all start with great energy, and Monday and Tuesday is the workout day. Wednesday we get tired, and we look for the Friday, and then we look for the next Monday. Has it ever happened with all of you that you start great, and then we stop, and then we restart after a big party?
Let me tell you my personal thesis in this. I think the day that comes in your life when you start looking up to a Friday evening and you start hating a Monday morning, that is a time when I think you need to change your job.
Thank you.
I'd simply say that I'm a human in flesh and blood. It takes human born to make mistakes. So we all do it.
But मैं आपको बताता हूँ, and since the question is that if you go on a fitness journey, you start with a bang and then it fizzles out, then I think a lot of us also, and by the way, as they say about fitness journey, there's no one size fits all. You have to design your own fitness journey. More often than not, we actually make it very regimented. Keep it flexible. As I said, जो मन करे आप करो. कभी walk करने का मन है, 2 दिन walk कर लो, 2 दिन swimming कर लो, तीसरे दिन dance कर लो, जो करना है आप करो, till you actually start enjoying it. And once you enjoy it, then this question won't come. कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, 2 दिन नहीं किया. But you will again come back with series. I think that's where we make a mistake, in my opinion.
Also on the fitness side, I said one thing that the first, I would say 6, 7, 8 days are difficult. After that, it's a routine. It is not a challenge anymore.
Mic here on the front.
For life till your great-grandchildren come. But I am a professor and a management consultant specializing human resource management. And one of the biggest problems which have come today is home-life balance. And this home-life balance is because of late working. And late working puts at risk everything, right from diet. Instead of diet, you have snacking. Instead of exercise, you have just got slumbering, and you got all these kind of related problems because companies today really, really do not live by the motto of home-life balance. Thank you.
We have time for 2 more questions. Sir, here in the middle. Yes, sir. The microphone there, back there. That's okay. We'll have the microphone passed on. No, please ask your question, please.
This is Saroj Banerjee. I am from Tata Steel. My colleagues are also here. We are 4 from Tata Steel, and we are also started this wellness journey. One point, it has struck me actually, that he told correctly that somebody tells me I have to do at yoga at this point of time. But is it correct that we'll do whatever you like? Let us suppose 7 days walking, what you told just now. That it's not like there's some routine. I have to do this. Because as such, we are in a very routine in the office. If we start doing everything in routine, then sometimes a boring will come. Or it may happen that, but you are telling if you make a 21 days practice, it will become a habit. Still now, I could not do that. But sometimes I walk for continuously 3-4 kilometers. Someday, whatever likes, maybe, is it okay, or we have to be in a routine lives in the yoga, all these wellness journey also?
I think I'll speak from my personal experience because, something that I practice, but we'll have Dr. Mehta also speak on it. Don't think too much about, in my opinion, as I said, don't think too much about scheduling your regimen. Don't call it habit. Sir, आप habit से तो 12 बजे खाना नहीं खाते हैं ना, जब भूख लगती है तभी खाना खाते हैं, या जो मन करता है वो खाते हैं. Do it ditto for your physical journey, physical fitness journey. Do what you like. Do it when you, in an ideal world, they will say, do it at the time, subah uthe, sham ko kare. I felt like running at 2 in the morning. I ran at 2 in the morning. I felt like picking my cycle and cycle for 100 kilometers at 3 in the morning. I did that. I work out in the afternoon. I work out in the morning. Do it when you like. The whole idea, as Mr. Mistry said, that initially, especially when you're starting, the whole idea is to get your body and mind used to it. Once you're used to it, then you design your own program. Of course, take experts consultancy also. That's my take on it. But
Yeah, actually there is a different. Earlier we used to say that we have to take breakfast heavy, then lunch maybe medium, then dinner just like a beggar. So I think now it is science is different. Now it's telling whenever you have hungry, you take food. It doesn't matter what is the timing. I do not know which is actually correct story.
So मुझे भी नहीं पता. I will let Dr. Mehta speak about it.
So, gentlemen, there are two things I'd like to say. One is to validate our ancient wisdom tradition, which is now validated by a science called epigenome, epigenetics, and neuroplasticity, which says that when you start doing anything new with conscious intervention and break the pattern of the old, within the first 96 hours, your genetic expressions begin to change. Okay, which is 4 days. And they change well in 4 weeks. They change better in 4 months. And they change excellently in 40 months. So it takes a journey of almost 40 months for it to become your blood, bone, and marrow. Coming to the point of eating, when to eat, calories, steps, reps, I always tell people that stop counting, start living, don't count your steps, don't count your reps, don't count your salaries, don't count your memories, start living. Don't be an accountant with yourself. Biofeedback intelligence is good enough for this.
Thank you.
Please to
thank
count
you.
करनी पड़ेगी unless you.
ठीक है,
I
ठीक
think
है.
that's something which is important. But
No,
sir,
no,
I
some
think,
matrix to refer to is okay, but don't be trapped in that.
Yeah, thank you. But I think, sir, you will also be in a, you can also help us understand what the gentleman said. What to eat, when to eat. Do you follow a strict eating regime?
I don't follow any strict regime for eating. As I told you, touch wood, I don't feel hungry, so it doesn't matter to me. I try to follow a regime in the sense that you're supposed to have breakfast, so I have breakfast. You're supposed to have lunch, so I have lunch, and you're supposed to have dinner, so I have dinner.
So Keki sir's magic is portion control. So go so tight on portion control that it doesn't hurt you. Now that's one good takeaway.
But I think कुछ चीज़ें हैं जो चलती हैं, as they say, हमारे ancient scriptures में जो लिखा है कि एक भोजन योगी, दो भोजन भोगी और तीन भोजन रोगी. I personally don't subscribe to eating multiple times a day. So it's been years, I think at least 3.5 years since I only eat 2 meals a day. I do intermittent fasting. This works for me. But as I said, carefully, please, we must do it in consultation with the doctors and the expert. But this works for me. 3 meal, 4 meal, 5 meal, छोटे meal, बड़े meal मुझे वो समझ में नहीं आता, मुझसे होता नहीं, because I can't control my portion. खाना है तो फिर खाना है, तो दो ही बार खा लें दिन में. Last question, and then we'll have to end the. I think we must go across to the gentleman. I'm sorry, but we need to go across to the gentleman behind you, sir. By the way, he already has a microphone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Raman. I am from New Age Yoga Institute. I just want your take on a certain perspective.
So you will have to speak a bit louder.
Yeah, I just want your take. I want to thank all of you for a wonderful talk up till now. My name is Raman. I'm from the New Age Yoga Institute. I want your take or your perspective. Will corporate executives be less stressed in case we change their perspective from a result-oriented program to an action-oriented program? And the second one is, can we take well-being a notch higher and take it to a happiness index?
So, well-being, let me answer the easy one first because the first question is difficult. Well-being index to the happiness index, yes, obviously, I think that should be the very logical extension, but there's another country who already has a copyright on happiness index, so we'll leave it to them. But the whole idea, sir, was that we are a very large health insurance company, and we said, what are we giving back to the society? Are we only selling insurance? So we said, let's at least start a program where the citizens of the country get used to, realize the importance of well-being. The whole, at least my personal big grand vision is that someday I really want to see the cities in this country competing for well-being as we today have corporates competing. So that's in some form or the other. In any case, if the well-being index gets popularized, the happiness index should also, the happiness should increase. Is there a different dimension to the way corporates look at how they judge performance? Would that lead to well-being? Sir, with due respect, I think corporates are slightly unduly criticized for creating stress in life. Of course, I can't deny, I can't debate with you on whether there should be another dimension to look at the performance of the executive, whether this should reduce stress or whether this should not reduce stress. But is there less stress in a teacher's life? Is there less stress in a painter's life? Is there less stress in a Bollywood actor's life? I think everybody has stress. The means, the tools, you have to manage stress. The right question, according to me, or the question that I certainly want to ask is, does the corporate environment give me, is there an ecosystem within the organization which helps me release my stress? Is there an ecosystem within the organization which creates a positivity for my employees where every morning they look forward to come to office, as Mr. Mistry said? Are they looking at coming into office on Monday, dragging their feet, and then happy on Friday saying, yeah, weekend? So in my opinion, that is where we need to judge the organizations. Do you have an ecosystem where the employees feel happy, feel secured, where the employees' well-being is given a priority, and that's the attempt we all are doing. I personally don't feel there is any role, any job, any organization in this world which has less stress. I don't think. So I think we need to change the parameter, and that's where we collectively, all of us, you being here, we, our partner, Great Place to Work, that is the attempt we all are making, that the awareness about creating a happy, a well-being, giving well-being a priority. We discussed in the charter last time, why should the CEO's KPI be only judged on the empirical value that they deliver? Why shouldn't their KPI also, end of the day, also have the happiness quotient of the employees there? Why shouldn't the regulators, if a company is going for listing, why shouldn't SEBI say, show us the well-being score of your organization? I'm sure those things will come at some point in time.
There is one definition of stress which is very simple: absence of creative imagination. And wellness, well-being gives you that creative imagination. And of course, with HDFC ERGO Habit of Life, this creative imagination brings you to the conclusive line कि आदत से मजबूर नहीं, wellness से मजबूत बनो.
Thank you very much. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation. Mr. Mistry, thank you very much for your inspiring chat. Dr. Mehta, thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Round of applause for these three stellar human beings, leaders. We'd like to felicitate Mr. K.K. Mistry, please, sir. Just a moment on stage, please. Thank you very much. Anuj, if you could felicitate him, please. Quick and fast, please. Thank you so much for being so candid. It was remarkable that you shared all these life lessons and you quoted from your own personal life. And that's exactly what the theme meant, which is personal well-being. I can't forget the lessons learned in Beach Candy, the lessons learned of 15 hours at work. Wonderful stuff. Thank you, Mr. Mistry. All right, from the micro, we go to the macro. From personal well-being, we go to the bigger picture, India's well-being journey. Our next panel has a theme that says, the bigger picture, India's well-being journey. And to moderate this panel, we have one of India's foremost news anchors. A renowned news personality, she's made an indelible mark across print and broadcast journalism. She's been associated with the Times Network for almost 2 decades now and has played a pivotal role in nurturing the flagship channel Times Now. Her extensive knowledge and capabilities in the political space have immensely contributed to the channel's leadership position. Please put your hands together for Navika Kumar, Group Editor, Times Network. And she shall do the honors of inviting her panel on and take forward this engaging discussion.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? A moderator without a mic almost feels like a human being without a limb or something, because as moderators, a mic is very much the extension of our own arms. Very happy to be here this evening because we're talking about something extremely close to my heart. We're talking about well-being. In this world that is full of noise, to talk about well-being, to take out time to talk about our happiness quotient, to begin to look at life not just as a machine, but life as it should be, meaningful, with a happiness quotient, and with a state of mind that is not just healthy, but also happy. It's my proud privilege to invite on stage our panel this evening, and let me begin with Dr. Shailendra Chaube. May I have you on the stage? Big round of applause for Dr. Shailendra Chaube, qualified Ayurvedic practitioner and a Panchakarma consultant with over 15 years of experience in the field. He specializes in treating chronic disorders and runs his own healing school, Viraya Life. That's commendable, and to breathe that kind of life into people, commendable for him. Big round of applause. Let's just get charged up, ladies and gentlemen. Let me now invite on stage Parveen Sheikh. She has 2 decades of experience in mental health, education, and development sectors. Parveen holds an MA degree in applied psychology and a postgraduate degree in counseling psychology. With her extensive 20+ years of expertise, she is counseling psychologist, trainer, and life skills and career coach. Her work has significantly impacted the mental health landscape, educational institutions, and personal development. Big round of applause for Ms. Parveen Sheikh. Let me now invite on stage Jimmy Mistry, iconic designer, hotelier, adventurer, community builder, real estate developer. Jimmy Mistry is a renowned master designer and interior artist who conceives interior designs and creates ultra luxury and iconic lifestyle projects across homes, offices, and hotels. His latest venture, Della Luxury Products, is a disruptor, creating India's first D2C, direct-to-consumer luxury interior brand, designing and manufacturing more than 2,500 luxury interior products. Well, that's a tremendously creative person in our midst. Big warm welcome to you. Let me also invite on stage Dr. Sanjay Muthal, CEO of ERGO Links and an independent director at LIC, AMC, and MF with over 3 decades of experience in India and abroad. Dr. Sanjay Muthal has a rich background in consulting, strategic HR, recruitment, L&D, and organization development. Dr. Muthal is an investor and consultant with Refine, Asia's largest financial wellness suite provider. He is also founder and CEO of Contemporary Leadership and Business Solutions, which is in the space of search leadership consulting, HR technology, and analytics. Phew, that is a very, very well respected panel right here. And may I invite you all to take your seats. And I promise you, this is going to be my well-mannered happiness quotient avatar. So you have nothing to worry about. In fact, you're going... yeah, with politicians, you know how it goes. So you'll have to look after my happiness quotient, and I'll look after yours. But before we begin this session today, I want to draw your attention, my dear audience, to the tremendous work that goes in. And I must compliment you, Mr. Anuj Tyagi, the fact that a company like yours pays so much importance to well-being, to love all, and begin with loving yourself. I want to put to you this audio visual that actually encapsulates the trouble that is taken, the thought that goes behind it. And this, according to me, is a feeling organization, an organization with a heart in its right place that worries not just about its own employees, but about spreading the message. Can we take a look at the audio visual of things that happened during the session earlier today?
Why do fathers get fewer parental leaves?
Why are women kept out of some roles and conversations?
Does where I come from matter more than what I can achieve?
Does my age matter more than my ideas?
Lack of inclusivity affects everyone.
With love all, HDFC ERGO
Make space for everyone to thrive.
What a beautiful and emotional audiovisual that is. The message, not just for those who are well endowed with every sensory organ, but also for those who might not be able to see, but can hear and can understand. And the poignant words that actually make you realize what makes human beings different from other living organisms, just the way our heart beats. And before I begin this panel, I just want to dwell on that thought. We're in a cutthroat world, and truly, in this cutthroat world, everybody is looking to make their mark, to be an achiever, to get something out of life, to be able to make a name for themselves in whichever way they can, to maximize. Name is part of it, but to maximize, out of their engagement in their professional fields, whatever they can get, name, fame, money, what have you. That also brings a lot of pressure on our minds. I want to begin with the only lady and the psychologist on the panel, Parveen Sheikh. The kind of pressure that we see and the conversation on well-being that we had with Mr. Keki Mistry, with Miki Mehta, as well as Mr. Tyagi earlier on. What is it that we can do as regular professionals facing home life, work life, and looking at how to make the best of every world, every facet of our life?
Thank you very much for choosing me to speak first. So hello everybody, good evening. I hope you're having a good time. So as a psychologist, to just say, I heard all the conversations, and the one thing which we can do is accept. So I speak about mental health, I'm a psychologist. The biggest problem is stigmatization. It's overlooked, it's stigmatized, because people don't accept. So if I'm in a situation where I have a physical problem or a mental problem or any other well-being issue, the first step is to accept, acknowledge your condition. When you do that, you're able to then take an action about it. Most people live in denial, and they say, I'm okay, there's nothing wrong with me, I'm strong, how can I be depressed, how can I have this, how can I have that? And then eventually when it really strikes hard, it's too late to even go back to the balance. And even Hans Selye says that, right? Your body strives for balance. If you keep dealing with stress, you'll keep handling it. At some point, it will come down. So you have to accept, acknowledge, and I think that's the biggest strength for me. You can be the biggest CEO or the biggest vice president in an organization, but if you don't acknowledge the issue, how do you deal with it? So that's what I would say.
Mental health, extremely important, but do we give adequate emphasis to it in our lives, Jimmy? That really is the problem. Mental well-being and how to be part of the competitive space, yet maintain your mental well-being, your balance, and don't just become a machine to achieve something, but also enjoy life along the way. How do we do that?
Good evening. Like my earlier speaker said, it's all about acceptance. So mental well-being is a state of realization, what kind of a physical, mental state you are in. A lot of it comes in by even putting in the thought and sowing the seeds across of how to handle situations. We were discussing about stress earlier, we are discussing about mental health. Like she said, acceptance is the first point, but a lot of external criteria can be used to influence these within environments. I can speak as a designer and as a hospitality person who understands how to handle guests and their mental well-being and employees and their mental well-being. So when you design spaces, how are you playing with light, colors, using design thinking principles? How do you bring in circadian lighting? Half of the depression is caused by environments. This happens subconsciously. Of course, it's a mental state, but it happens through a period of time subconsciously. You are in a depressed environment, deprived of fresh air, deprived of natural light in the daytime, evening light in the evening time. Your circadian lighting, your circadian circles don't kick off. And they kick off in the reverse direction. So she's a psychologist and she can exactly relate to what I'm saying. It is very critical to technically to understand these. So if you're in a banquet hall and the air quality is not handled, employees working here on a night and day, everyday basis will directly or indirectly reflect and show in their health and their mental state. So we've done experimentations where we've had dark rooms with no light and you're asked to stay in the room, you feel claustrophobic. Suddenly there is a sunlight mimicking light put in. It's the same room, same air, same temperature, and you instantly almost feel rejuvenated and fresh. So this shows
your mood lifts.
Yes, your mood lifts up. This shows how much impact circadian lighting has on your life. Same way, air quality. There are conference rooms where when we design interiors, you pump in oxygen. And you don't pump in oxygen for any other reason but to kind of revitalize people who are there in that area or segment. Right, wrong is a debatable issue because you're tinkering. But if indoor air quality and fresh air and treated fresh air is handled in a certain manner, which most designers are not competent enough to handle. And they don't even care. For them, it's all aesthetics. Whether we're sitting in a banquet right now, is it going through one air change an hour? Or is it going through 8 air cycles? You are in a nightclub, is it going through 16 air cycles an hour? Now, these are the things that technically one needs to understand, but all of this on a long-term basis has an impact on you emotionally and mentally. If you look at ICUs, a lot of people suffer an ICU delirium syndrome. You know, they go healthy and they come out, they're in a state of delirium because they have been devoid of natural light. Most of our ICUs have never been given natural light. New generation hospitals are the one which have got ICUs with window facing. Most of our hospitals, the best of hospitals in Bombay, do not have natural light. They naturally come back in a state of delirium because they've not seen natural light for days together. Now, there are a lot of these issues that happen, but when you use design thinking principles, human-centric design, and start designing with empathy for environments with the science and technology involved, then it's a whole different ballgame.
Well, audience, it's something that probably many of us don't even give a thought to. We don't even think about these things. And brilliantly explained by Jimmy Mistry here. And, just the light conversation actually makes you begin to think. And air quality, well, if you were coming like me from Delhi, it's an area you wouldn't get into a conversation on. Best avoided, but that's the way it is. Our mental well-being has so much to do with, minute things like the way the aesthetics, the air quality, the light, the play of light, as Jimmy points out. maybe I never even thought of it in that great detail.
You know, a suggestion for Delhiites, a simple contraption is available that can be attached to any existing household. It's a treated fresh air unit, hardly costs anything, it's hardly anything, a fraction of an air conditioning cost. You will get treated fresh air and the indoor air quality will be drastically superior to the polluted air that you have. But it's just a question of knowledge.
Well, thank you, Jimmy, for that nugget. Jimmy is going to be available outside for any people here who want any expert advice for air quality in Delhi. If you have friends, family living in Delhi. But thank you very much for that insight. But let me also get in Dr. Sanjay Muthal. Dr. Sanjay Muthal, as a leader, do you perceive India's well-being journey in the larger context? As a country, are we even worried about it? Because we're talking about a large population that is involved in just about survival fights. On a macro level, well-being journey, how do we get policy initiatives in that area? Are we talking enough about that? And is there enough awareness about that? Could you throw some light on that?
Well, thanks, Navika. The blunt answer is no. I don't think we are spending even time to think of well-being in the rat race of everything that we are doing, whether you're in village, you're in town, whether you're in urban cities, and so on and so forth. Somewhere around the corner, when we designed what Jimmy talked very, very succinctly, everything around us, there was no concept of well-being being one of the parameters that exist, whether it's infrastructure, whether it is your school, whether it is your offices, etc., etc. Corporate India, fortunately, has now started thinking about it. There's good work happening in some sectors. There is still not so much work happening in some sectors. On mental well-being, there are discussions happening now, which means we now are taking cognizance of the fact that there is something happening there and we need to worry. Post-pandemic, another well-being that I don't think we are giving enough time and space is financial well-being. Seldom we realize that financial well-being is directly linked to mental well-being. And therefore, you know, we heard about term absenteeism. We have term of presentism now. People come to work but don't work because they're engaged thinking of what's happening when he has to pay the next fees, housing loan installment needs to be paid, etc., etc. So I don't think we are giving rigor and intensity to financial well-being as much as to the mental well-being. And therefore, well-being has to be looked at as a holistic wellness of human being in entirety, whether it is mental, physical, financial. Now that encapsulation, I don't think is happening yet. Mental well-being, my view is, as a country, we are not doing enough. As in corporates, we have started talking about it. Some are doing very serious work. Some are miles to go in reaching there. So I think it's journey in progress. But still, I think awareness levels are very poor.
True. And the first step probably would be to begin to create the conversations around well-being of the three kinds that you said, and to create consciousness and bring it into the dialogue on the policy front.
Absolutely. In fact, mental well-being used to be stigma some time back. I couldn't discuss with you openly as a colleague that I have this mental challenge. I couldn't go to my boss and talk about it, and I couldn't go to my manager and talk about it.
Well, if you go to social media and see the comments that come for us, forget mental well-being. Media is often referred to as just mental. In the very slang form, ye to mental hai. Shailendra Chaubey, and I want to ask you about this. You know, there are professions, and it's a great beginning that corporates are beginning to talk about mental well-being. People are beginning, I think educated parents today are looking at the stresses on their children and probably saying counseling is something that they need and they need to go for. But in a large sector, and I'm talking about maybe professions like mine, mental well-being does not even enter the discourse because we are always disturbing somebody else's mental well-being. And politicians are doing that to the rest of the country and us. So no, it's a cycle that goes on. The question I want to ask you is, how does a relationship with oneself influence the mental well-being portion? And how do we deal with societal pressures, professional pressures, and take it in our stride while looking at mental well-being as an important criteria for our just day-to-day living?
Good evening, everyone. My namaste and pranam. Thank you, Sudakshina ji. The answer to your question is a bit indirect, ji, and I would like to draw your attention to this one very important word which has been deciding everyone's well-being, whether it is mental or emotional. And that word is our identity. What is that we have been identifying ourselves with? To take a small detour, let us try to analyze, let us just try to inspect how is that we all have been nurtured? What are we all been prepared right through our childhood and develop and to grow into? We're continuously nurtured, we are continuously prepared and developed to become successful, to be able to generate revenue, or successful for reputation, or to be more successful in relationships. However, constantly we are speaking about health, right? Like WHO has defined health. No one has definition of wealth, fame, or relationship, but our pursuit is on these three. Is our pursuit about health primary? No, our pursuit about health by and large is secondary. So the bigger question is why? Why is our pursuit about health not primary? And something that drew my attention here, and with all due respect, like we all have assembled here to discuss habit of life, right? As I entered this space, I visualized a school of fish. And would we ever imagine a school of fish assemble to discuss habit of swimming? No, but we have assembled to discuss habit of life, which means there's something seriously not well with life. And maybe from where I see, and I have been looking into questions about, because it's close to last 18 years of interacting with patients and people and coming with health concerns. And there was something which I have observed, and I wanted to take this as an opportunity to share that. What I have observed, friends, is that there's somewhere in our psyche a deep-seated misorientation in the way, sorry, I'm just taking 2 more minutes to, in the way we all have been developed, we all have been nurtured, right? Like to be able to generate wealth, to be able to be more famous, or to be good in our relationships. What does it really cater to? What do you really develop through that? From where I see, all of this helps you develop a good living. So, at a deeper level, we have been programmed, we are continuously developed to create a better and better living. But somewhere, just through that, we have confused living with life. Now, if you can separate life with living, you will understand that living can be put in 2 categories. Like living can be put into the category of good living and poor living. Similarly, life can be put into two categories, like abundant life and entire life. Because somewhere we have been so invested into only concerned about living, we never really paid attention to components of life. Like, if components of good living is the comfort, what are the components of life? On the contrary, we are more invested in the components of entire life. Components like we have developed habits of fear, worries, anxieties, but do we have habits of feeling lighter? Do we have habits of feeling joyful? Do we have habits of laughter or habits of movement? Like Sir said, that I feel that a very uninspiring word is exercise. As kids, we never needed to exercise. Like, we were all felt so free to move. So, to answer your question, Ji, that the whole problem of mental well-being somewhere is rooted in your identity. Now, our identity association is so deeply connected with the domain of our living. We barely identify ourselves with life. So, whenever there is a fluctuation in the living component, the being feels threatened. I feel if we want to really attend mental well-being, the most important thing that we need to do is separate our identity with living with our lifing. Sorry, I just created that word because I felt that what would a person do who has a surfboard? He would go surfing. So when you have life, you are lifing while you enjoy or living. Sorry, I think that was very long, but
no, that was very profound as well. And I'm a little lost between differentiating between living and life itself. And I don't want to give a journalistic twist to it. So I want you, Jimmy, to help me decipher this. And the point I actually take away from what Shailendra Chaubey said is, somewhere the identity that we have is all about our achievements. It is about, who am I? Am I so-and-so designation in so-and-so organization? Am I a certain salary bracket? Am I a certain car bracket? Am I a certain lifestyle bracket? Have we really put that as a major target of our life and forgotten small things like was said by our friend from HDFC ERGO, who Anuj ji said, just बैठे हैं, खाना है, तो अच्छे से खाना है, so I limit it to 2 meals a day. Great way. आप अपने आप को रोक नहीं रहे हो. You're not stopping yourself, but you're regulating in the manner that you want to. So you're also enjoying holding your health chart in front of you and doing it that way. Similarly, are we enjoying music? Are we only on our phone calls when we are driving to work? Are we just looking at the sea when we are driving by? Have we forgotten those little pleasures and made our lives just so result oriented that ye karna hai, phir ye karna hai? It's like a to-do list that's made in the morning. Is that why we are so stressed out?
Well, there are too many reasons why we are so stressed out. There is no one simple answer, but a simile and something that comes to my mind, which is very apt for everybody who's gathered here, is if you compare success and significance, a significant human being is never stressed out. A successful human being is always stressed out. So I think it's all about understanding this paradigm and the difference. All significant people are successful, but all successful people are not significant.
Very well said. Very well said. And guys, wake up. Big round of applause.
So, yeah, sure. So my take on it is, even a peon can be a significant peon. Even a driver can be a significant driver. I've seen drivers, taxi drivers in Italy, the way they shift their manual gears, there's passion involved in the work. He's really enjoying the moment of driving his car. He's not driving the car like a Morella taxi driver who's driving you around somewhere. There's a big difference, right? This is the difference in way employees work, and it showcases at home as well. Because a person who's trying to hinge towards a significant life will be displaying the same passion at home, will be displaying the same passion in touching human lives. So the definition of success, if it is understood by people sitting here, it's not the number of zeros on your balance sheet, it's not the number of zeros on your personal wealth statement or your bank account. It's very simple. It's a number of human lives you've touched positively.
Very well said. Very well said. And are we giving it enough importance to that? Mr. Muthal, the fact here is that are we creating these issues for ourselves? Have we created an environment for ourselves where we put all these stresses and strains and forget the simple pleasures of touching positively everybody's life? How many of us are actually of a positive bent of mind when we actually interact with our peer group, with our colleagues, with our seniors? Is there a lot of negativity that puts so much pressure on the environment around us?
Yeah, so if you look at our primary backgrounds, which is where we grew, we were always under stress of being judged. And therefore, we grew up in a judgmental society. And the society defined for you what is the norm of success versus what is the norm of failure. And so you're trading your balance in the life to go on the success side. In the process, I can even trade on somebody else's shoes. It doesn't matter. But I want to be successful at any cost. Other thing that has happened to us, especially in India, and I refer to the time that I grew up, we were in the mixed economy. So even if, let's say, my father was well-to-do, you still had to stand in a ration shop to get 500 grams of sugar per member of the family. What this did to me when I went to work as a manager, I developed a scarcity mindset. And then I started viewing the entire world through that window of a scarcity mindset in manager. Now, scarcity mindset describes itself as there is not enough in the world for everybody. You must go and grab your share of work. Simple example, you go for a social wedding, the dinner gets announced. Even today, it's my propensity to go and eat first. And my daughter, who's a young kid, she said, "That cool, we'll eat later." I try to justify we have to go drive up to Juhu, it takes long time and so on and so forth. It's not that. It is somewhere deeper inside that scarcity mindset.
खाना खत्म हो जाएगा.
खाना खत्म हो जाएगा.
अच्छा वाला खाना खत्म हो जाएगा.
Kind of thing. Now, the good news is the youngsters which are born now, especially are with abundance mindset. And I'm so happy and so confident that India of tomorrow is not going to be India of today. For sure. They are going to push envelope to the limits beyond that we have imagined, and we'll see a much better world.
Well, very well said, but Dr. Praveen Sheikh, let me ask you this. Where is the conversation and what are the issues and involved in creating awareness, recognizing happiness quotient, mental well-being, and just a happy life factor? How do we increase that, and how do we bring that in the radar of the policymakers as well as each and every member of the society in order to recognize and address some of these issues?
So I'm going to say two things. One is the statistics about things. So as per statistics of WHO, 7.5% Indians will have a mental health problem, which can range from anxiety, depression to substance abuse, schizophrenia. Which means 1 in 5 people are at risk for a mental health issue. So you know how many will be in a mental health issue risk over here? So that's the statistics. India will lose $1.03 trillion because of mental health issues between 2012 to 2030. So even if I'm coming to work with depression, you can't see me. I don't have fever, I'm not coughing, but I'm going to work, I'm depressed, and I'm not working effectively. These are the statistics to be real. Now, to change it, of course, government, compared to 2022, the mental health budgets went higher by 16%, which is great. Government has come with Telemanas policy, the Ayushman Bharat digital campaign, and many things. But that all will happen, and they are doing well. The corporates have started engaging in terms of, mental health policies, people managers, wellness managers are coming in offices right now. Schools are having happiness curriculum, mental health curriculum. All that is happening simultaneously. And as a psychologist, I see a positive shift. But everything will happen when people understand mental health is everybody's problem. All of us have mental health. It's a continuum. Today, sir, we have a great mental health day because we have come to this great conference and discussing with a celebrity moment for me, okay? And tomorrow or later, maybe I had a bad day and it's not a great mental health day for me. So I have to accept I have mental health days every day. So the way to change the conversation is not to make somebody else's problem. Make it everybody's problem. Everybody has mental health. Some are good days, some are bad days. If your bad days continue for 2 or 3 weeks, you have a mental health problem right there in front of you.
Well, it's 2 or 3 decades. What do we do then?
Then you have chronic mental health problem. So also we have resilience. Now, as you said, sir, from a scarcity to abundance, we are also very resilient. Our country is also very resilient. Look at the issues we come out from. So that also helps. That's why 2 or 3 decades is working for you. We're very resilient, But the idea is the way we talk is we talk like this. Influencers talk, people talk, they speak about mental health. They say it's for everybody, yet it's preventable. Diabetes, all those things come at the end of your 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, depending on your health. Mental health can affect as early as 7. I've seen a 7-year-old kid with clinical depression. So the way to change the conversation is while the government, schools, everybody's doing everything, is to speak about it normally.
Very well said. And a profession like mine, let me be absolutely frank here. We don't discuss mental wellness at all. There's no time to do that. We are in the breaking news, circuit all the time. So mental wellness gets disturbed if we are behind other channels. My mental wellness is measured every Thursday when the ratings of channels comes out. So mental wellness is great if you are #1 channel. If you've slipped in terms of your ratings, your mental wellness goes for a toss. And you're just worrying that, oh, why did I take this topic and why didn't I do that and why did I spend more time? And that's the world of television. I must share with you the fact that I started my career in 1989 in this city. Is that for me? Because there's still 1 minute, and in 1 minute we do a lot of things on television. So 1 minute is a long time. हम इतना time तो देते नहीं किसी को बोलने के लिए. So थोड़ा सा बोलने दीजिए. But I'm just saying that I started at the Old Lady of Boribandar, the Economic Times, and times have changed. I've changed from print, which has ratings once a year or maybe once in 5 years. So there is no stress really, and they have one edition. I have an edition every minute, which goes on air. I cannot afford to be late, and it brings its own pressures. And my friend looking at me right here from row 1, I've been in conversation with him to get down to this conversation on health. Nothing's changed, Mickey. I'm the same old Navika. I haven't done, I have a trainer who comes 4 times a week, but goes back because I'm sitting in Bombay and he's sitting in Delhi. तो वो होता है, पर mental wellness है कि मैं कर रही हूँ. I'm following a regime. And खाने का पता ही नहीं है क्योंकि election time है, so we are going wherever life is taking us. The point being that 32 years or 33 years later, I still love what I do. I am so passionate about what I do. And I'm as enthusiastic about this job, this profession, as I was on day one. The initial part of my career was starry-eyed. When will I cover Parliament, you know? Even today, I have goosebumps when I go to Parliament because I just feel I'm part of history being made on a regular basis. And I see that from close quarters. For me, that is the choice I made, and that is the calling I had, and that is why I enjoy it with a passion. And you can't really do this if you didn't have the passion. So the short point I want to make to people here is be passionate about what you really want to do. If it's eating, go for it. Golgappe khane hai to shauk se khao. You know, you want to do it, but then follow Mickey Mehta and do some penance later. That's the way it should happen. Some of us don't do it. We are living on the dangerous side of life. But just have enough passion. And even though we have to achieve something, I still enjoy what I do. There are pressures, rating pressures, competition happens to all of us because we live in the real world. But if you're positive to your colleagues, if you're not looking over your shoulder on how to pull somebody else down or some other channel down, but actually do it in a positive way that I want to take my channel up, which is do not rub somebody else's line, make your line just longer. And that is the way to look at life, reduce your mental pressures. And this conversation will not be conclusive unless and until I have my friend Mickey Mehta right here on stage. And Mickey, you must tell our audience some formula, because हम formula वाले लोग हैं, जल्दी से formula बता दो, mental health and physical well-being.
आप तनिक बैठ जाएं. हाँ. भारत की बात सोल शास्त्री के साथ. मैं हूं आपका मिक्की मेहता. I'm here to creatively confuse you further. After शैलेंद्र जी. जात हमारी ब्रह्म है, माता पिता है राम. ग्रह हमारा शून्य में, अनहत में विश्राम. मेडिटेशन करो यार, ध्यान में ध्यान दो, साधना करो, सब दुरुस्त हो जाएगा. तन की दुरुस्ती, मन की दुरुस्ती, आध्यात्मिक दुरुस्ती. दूसरी बात, काम क्रोध लोभ मोह मद माया मत्सर, these are seeded in our subconscious, and manifestation of disease happens in our physicality. और उससे हमारे क्लेश बनते हैं. अविद्या, अस्मिता, रागा, द्वेषा, अभिनिवेशा. अस्मिता, identities. अविद्या, ignorance. Raga, attachments. Aversions. And the fear of impermanency. Usse, the forces of entropy get activated. So time, matter, space, light, motion, mass, causation, effect. They bring you disorder, dis-ease, degeneration, disintegration, decay, death. I reiterate, death has no right on life. Death is the culmination of diseases. Diseases are the culmination of choices. Choose intelligently over your instinctive living. So choose yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dhyan, dharana, samadhi. I'll explain you later. जिससे आपका रस रक्त मौष मेधा अस्थि मजा शुक्र. Shailendra ji will make you understand. Like your bone, your adipose tissues, your nerves, your shukra, your creativity, your blood, everything gets charged. So, स्वास्थ्य में कहीं पे आस्था छुपी हुई है. If you have faith, you are swasth. So the biology of belief says that your belief can change your biology, your faith can change your physiology, and breathing can change your hormonology. And so only if you breathe, Navika, you will lose weight right here, right now. स्वास्थ्य की और एक परिभाषा है, स्वयं में स्थित, स्वयं में उपस्थित, स्वयं में होना, स्वयं को होने देना. स्वयं में स्वतंत्र बनना और स्वतंत्रता का मालिक बनना, अपना स्वामी बनना, ऊर्ध्वगामी बनना. Now coming to the habit of life. ऊंचे नीचे रास्ते और मंजिल तेरी दूर, राह में राही रुकना जाना हो करके मजबूर. मजबूर मत होना, मजबूत होना, and then you can get energized, maximized, optimized, maximized, internalized, eternalized, revolutionized, evolutionized, mesmerized, hypnotized, humanized, immunized, revitalized, regularized,
Mickey Mice.
and with HDFC ERGO, habit of life, get Mickey Mized. Thank you so much.
You know Walt Disney's Mickey Mouse and the energy that Walt Disney's Mickey Mouse has. This man has it at age 60 plus. Big round of applause for Dr. Mickey Mehta. And please note the fluency of language, whether it's English, Hindi, or Sanskrit, he's on top of it all. And big thumbs up from Jimmy and the entire panel. Okay, we'd like to felicitate our panel. So please, can we have Parthanil Ghosh, President Retail Business Group at HDFC ERGO. Parthanil will felicitate this excellent panel. The bigger picture, India's well-being journey. Jimmy Mistry, Shailendra Chaube. Round of applause, please. Navika Kumar, Parveen Sheikh, Dr. Sanjay Muthal. All getting Mickey Mized. While the photo opportunity is on, yes, production, could you have the stage cleared? Thank you. All right, thank you very, very much. Very enlightening panel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a solo speaker next after that engaging panel discussion. The theme, well-being simplified, mind-body integration. Well-being simplified, mind-body integration. Let me introduce you to a remarkable individual, a business and thought leader, innovator, global healthcare specialist. She is the president and chief executive officer of Medix, a company she founded with a vision to transform healthcare experiences. To speak on well-being simplified mind-body integration, with a round of applause, please welcome Sigal Atzmon, President and CEO, Medix Global.
Okay, first thing, does my mic work? Hello, hello?
Yeah,
yes.
loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay, wonderful. So, I learned a lot today. I'm sure a few things, and I made a few decisions just by me being here today, so thank you very much to HDFC ERGO. Well, my first thing is that I realize you want to go for high tea. I will try and make it really fast. Second thing is I would like to say that I planned on having gulab jamun today, but after the conversation, I'm not going to have it, that's for sure. I do also know that I love India, and I love being here. And I planned on buying a house here, and now I know I have to give a call to Mr. Jimmy to figure it out better in a better way. I also know where my next meeting is going to be and who am I going to call to make my well-being better, which is Mr. Mickey. However, having said all that, I would like to say thank you to Anuj and to Sudakshana for our partnership. Our partnership is meaningful and is twofold. It holds physical health and mental health. We've spoken a lot about mental health today, and I'm sure you are not aware of the data that connects our physical well health with our mental health. And I'm going to try and be really practical and discuss in a few really quick slides and try and make it shorter. What I did also learn from Navika today is that I can not listen to this thing, so I can move on. So I would like to say thank you for that twofold partnership, one on the physical health and one on the mental health. So I'd like to engage with the crowd a little bit and not just speak and not just tell you what I think, but actually ask you what you think. So my first question is, as corporates, as business leaders, do you think mental health is a good investment? Not something good to speak about. Is it a good investment? Please do raise your hand. Okay, maybe 30%. Hopefully by the end of this, you will think it is. My next question would be, did any one of you actually feel mental health issues, stress? Raise your hand. 30%. Well, let me tell you, you're lying. This is not true. So what is mental health? It's actually divided into 3 areas. First is situation and temporary. It can be a divorce, it can be financial stress, moving transitions, things like that. The second option is temporary and chronic, depression, anxiety. None of them should be deemed as illnesses. They happen to each and one of us in different times. I see my slides have gone crazy a little bit. They also might want to have high tea already. So it's about getting a new job, lack of support. We heard about toxic bosses and a lot of different things. We know today that India plays a very particular role in the global mental health space. And the numbers are quite worrying. India holds for 15% of the global mental health burden. 150 million Indians actually suffer from mental health issues, but only less than 20% are seeking for care. And it loses more than 1% to its GDP on mental health issues every year. If we look at corporate data, corporate world has a huge responsibility in the mental health space. You don't have to have a toxic boss in India to suffer from stress. A great boss in India comes with stress. India, corporate world works really hard. This is not America, and this is not Europe, trust me. Indians work really hard, and there's great talent. 29% of the corporate world employees say they suffer from burnout. 42.5% of your employees out there report they have been working and suffering from some kind of depression. People share that they have worked at least 2 weeks a year under severe mental health issues. Now, what I'm trying to say is that there is an elephant in the room. Mental health is an issue in India, a big issue that not enough people are talking about. What I want to say thank you, and what I'm grateful for, is for the partnership with HDFC ERGO, who not just like so many others talk about it, but actually walk the walk. They actually did something about it, and it's not just delivering mental health access solutions or just medical physical insurance. They went one step ahead and implemented real life solutions. And I want to come back to that in a moment. But what I would like to say is, how does this relationship between the body and the mind work from a scientific perspective? So one, the nervous system, right? If we're nervous and stressed, we know that it plays a very crucial role in transforming the brain. It impacts the rest of the body. Our brain regulates our body functions. The endocrine system, hormonal systems, also play a significant role in our bloodstream, who then influence different organs and ends up influencing our body and ends up influencing our brain. The immune system, okay? Here we go as well. works against us or towards us, impacting our physical and mental health. So we have from the mind to the body, from the body to the mind. And this bilateral communication works in a very special way. Did anyone in this room know that stress hormones actually can create autoimmune diseases? Raise your hand. Very few. Did you know that stress, chronic stress, can have your cancer trigger? So someone who has a predisposition for cancer, it can trigger your cancer. Someone who has cancer but doesn't know, if he's living a very chronic stress environment, his cancer cells will grow faster. Did someone know that in the audience? Raise your hand. Only one or two, barely. Did you know that what you eat is also influencing your mind? Not just your cholesterol, right? Not just your diabetes. Did anyone in this room know that diabetes is triggered also by stress, not only by what you eat? Raise your hand. More people. Okay, this is good. So what I heard today in one of the panels is that diabetes in India arises at around the age of 40, 45. Well, let me tell you, when I looked at data, because we deliver chronic disease management services amongst others in India, we see 25 to 30-year-olds with full-blown diabetes on 2 types of medication. This is not just what they ate. This is not just because India is the city of diabetes. This is because there is a clear and deep connection between the body and the mind. I will go faster because I have 2 minutes and I will probably take 3. Okay? I would like to share a story of a very famous cellist, Jacqueline Dupre, worldwide, world famous, one of the best and most famous cello players in the world. She has played everywhere, including in India. And she grew up with a toxic relationship with her mother. And to please her mother or get love and attention from her mother, she actually worked really hard on her cello, because that's the only time where she got love and attention from her mother. She grew to be the world famous cello player. And one day she meets another cello player who is not as great as she is, but playing in very big halls around the world. And he tells her, "Oh, Jacqueline, I would like to be you." And she tells him, "You don't want to be me. I want to be you." And he asks her, "But why? You're the #1 cellist in the world." And she says, "I never really wanted to play cello. Every time I play cello, I'm sad. I would like to be able not to play that well. I'm owned by my investors, by my audience, by the expectations of what life and people expect from me." And you know what happened to Jacqueline Dupre? At some point, she developed autoimmune disease, multiple sclerosis, from which she died. And she was at her happiest when she was physically unwell. Now, I would like to tell you that people, strong, resilient people, like all of you, most of you in the room, those are the ones who don't take care of their mental health and manage their chronic stress and leave it untreated, who will end up developing cancer, autoimmune disease, and other concerns. And this can be avoidable. So the solution clearly is integrated care, a combination between physical and mental care. And I would like to tell you very briefly, and I'm skipping the slides because I know that you're up for high tea and the gong is going to go soon, but I will stay a little bit longer. What does it mean? Mental health practices, I'll get there in a moment. Physical health practices, we've heard about that so much today. What you eat, how you do physical exercise, how you manage your body, how you manage stress, and what screenings, how do you personalize your screenings, your annual checkups, how do you manage the outcomes and the results. And then it's about connecting the body and the mind and creating a corporate community that works on both, exactly like HDFC ERGO is doing through what it is doing through the habits of life and through our partnerships. Now, I'd like to tell you Medix manages over 9 million people around the world, with offices in 12 different countries and a strong presence in India. I founded the company back in 2006. We saved tens of thousands of people. We cured even more. But we never asked them, when they walked into our services, okay, tell me your physical pains, we'll look at your issues, and we'll find the right diagnosis, the best possible treatment, we'll help you implement them, we will ensure you have the best possible outcomes. But we never asked them, how is your mental health? What kind of stress or emotional turmoil did you undergo just before you developed your medical condition? But in the last years, we have worked on it and we have changed, and we have seen the outcomes of inner reflections. And what I'm very proud to launch and share with HDFC ERGO, because HDFC ERGO took 5 minutes, and I would like again to thank them for their vision and their mission. We know that in India, mental health is an issue. Okay, fine. Anyone? Sorry. Mental health is taboo. We all sit here and we talk about mental health. Now this has a life of his own. Maybe he's having a bad mental health day. Anyone? Okay. So what did we do? We know that insurers provide coverage for mental health. We also know, did someone want to come so I don't have to turn around? Okay, we're there. Fine. So when I asked all of you, do you have a mental health issue? Did you have? Only very few raised their hands, because there is stigma, because you don't reflect, because you don't really ask yourself, because you don't like to go home and say, you know what, I've been depressed in the last 2 weeks, and I'm feeling not myself, because you're goal-driven, because you're corporate, because you're good at what you're doing, and you are sure that you're going to be fine. So we've been thinking really deep, and India is all about color, right? Life is vibrant in India, at least in my eyes. Life is diversified. It has so many diverse landscapes and so many colors, and we're going soon to have our Holi in India, which I adore personally, and it's all about color. So when we were thinking, how are we going to solve the mental health issue? How are we going to make mental health a mainstream discussion, and how can we call it? So my personal idea was, let's call it unwellness, okay? But then I was told unwellness is not cool, it's not embraceable, it's not creative, and it's very much not Indian. So we came up with the idea of colors, because every day we're a vibrant set of colors. We're not just one color, we feel so many different things, an hour in and an hour out. But on certain days, we're just off color. We're not our vibrant self, okay? And this is where we decided to start calling it, together with HDFC ERGO, and launching the off-color movement. And it's about waking up every day and taking a mindful moment when you're at work to say, I'm off color. To put a yellow or a red or a green on your table. To enter the app, hdfc.offcolors.com, which is just for HDFC, for their employees, and to reflect and to say around noon or noon, today I'm red, I'm not yellow, I'm having a bad day. I had a fight with my mother-in-law, I'm angry, I'm fused, I'm impatient, I'm aggressive, or I'm having a blue day. I'm a bummer blue. I feel nostalgic. I feel moody, sad. I miss someone, right? Or I'm green, anxious. How often did in the last week have you been green, stressed, restless, overwhelmed, worthless, obsessive? Raise your hand. Green. Anyone? Last week? Okay, that's quite a big. Okay. How many of you have felt red, unrelated to your mother-in-law? You don't need to share that, please. That's only one. Navika had 3. So how many of you felt red? Raise your hands. Okay, more than green. Blue and yellow. Yellow is that day where you feel optimistic. I feel optimistic. I'm not going to have my dessert today, and I'm going to have a great apartment in Mumbai, and things are going to get better. Okay? So what HDFC ERGO and medics are doing for their employees is saying and reminding them, we can be off colors. It's okay. If you're red every Tuesday, try and figure out why on Tuesdays you're red, and you will have your own dashboard. So every day, HDFC employees are going to actually log onto their platform, choose their color, and then onto their dashboard, their personal dashboard, where they can reflect on their color of the day, of the last week, of the month, of the year, get feedback, and more importantly, have access to a live chat who actually gives them help. So it's about reflecting, acknowledging, and sharing, and promoting ambassadors of colors, not of mental health, just of being off color temporarily or chronically and having a solution for that. So I'd like to thank HDFC ERGO for launching this great initiative together, for driving a better, colorful, vibrant India to tackle the mental health stigma, taboo, and one of the biggest elephants in the room. No one is doing enough. A lot of people are talking about it, but HDFC ERGO is doing something about it, and I'm very proud of that. Thank you very much. Says time is up. I think it's about high tea, right?
Hang on. Sigal, can we have you back on stage, please? Thank you for that wonderful presentation, great detailing. We'd like her to be felicitated. And Anuj Tyagi, Joint MD, please would you come up and do the honors. All right, panel discussion time. This one's with the theme Well-being Simplified, demonstrating value of well-being for all. I repeat, demonstrating the value of well-being for all. Eminent panel, the First Lady I'm calling upon has an experience of over 2 decades in HR. She has proven successful in identifying innovative global, regional solutions to drive organizational effectiveness, talent strategies, compensation programs, performance management, and HR operational excellence activities across sectors. And by that we mean healthcare, banking, analytics, telecom, and IT. Please welcome, with a round of applause, Swati Khandelwal, CHRO, R1 RCM India. Thank you, Swati, for being part of this panel. Our second panelist is a seasoned senior leader with over 28 years of experience, primarily focused on spearheading complex developments in system integration, managing large-scale application outsourcing, and overseeing extensive product engineering and tech modernization programs. Rousing applause for Anish Korla, EVP and COO at Encora Innovation Labs. Thank you, Anish, for joining us. Our next panelist in the past has occupied the position of Global Head Small and Medium Enterprises Banking at Standard Chartered, a Director Cards Business at Citibank in Jakarta, Director Cards Business at Citibank Hong Kong. He's also a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Please put your hands together for Murli Natarajan, MD and CEO, DCB Bank Limited. And we're very happy to have this panel moderated by somebody who leads the consulting practice at Great Place to Work India, has been with the organization for a decade. She's responsible for leading and shaping the growth of the practice and creating positive impact for clients. She holds accountability for overall client acquisition and management, along with leading sales and delivery teams. Her team has delivered large-scale transformation projects, ranging from workplace culture assessment, people practice evaluation and redesign, leadership capability building, and DEIB interventions. To moderate, please welcome Delnaz Elavia, Practice Head Consulting, Great Place to Work India. Delnaz, can we have you on stage, please? Please take your seats, all of you. Thank you. Are we tracing our moderator? She's on her way. I'm sure she has a good reason for being away, and she will more than make up for it once she's here. Please do go to the HDFC ERGO General Insurance YouTube channel to see the Love All videos. Follow HDFC ERGO on socials and tell us what you feel about this Wellness Confluence. It's very, very important for us to engage with you. And thank you so much for being our wellness ambassador, all of you who are here. Hi, like they say, der aaye durust aaye. Thank you so much. Delnaz Elavia.
Thank you so much, Rishikesh, and thank you so much, three of you, for joining us today. For this panel this evening, we have three guests joining us. We have Mr. Anish Korla, who is the CEO at Encora Innovations. We have Swati Khandelwal, who is the CHRO at R1 RCM. And thank you for joining us, Mr. Murli Natarajan. He is the MD and CEO at DCB Bank Limited. Such a privilege to have all three of you today on stage. Thank you so much for joining us. And let me start out by congratulating each one of you, because organizations like yours really lead the way when it comes to shifting the health and well-being paradigm in the workplace. So thank you for leading the way for a lot of organizations such as ours. Thanks a lot. I want to start this panel by, maybe addressing the same question to each of you. And to start off with, maybe Anesh, you can take, the first shot at it. How has the overall paradigm of health and well-being changed for each of you in your organizations in the last 1 year?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, when my name was shown, I was very happy that Navika Kumar's photo was there in front of my name. So that itself was a mental health wellness for me. But I think more and more, the stress of having importance of mental wellness has changed a lot after COVID. I think that pandemic really shifted when everybody was worried about what's happening to them, what's happening to their jobs, what's happening to their family members, and all 2 years, all you were getting was either you're getting bad news or you're getting all those useless videos on WhatsApp, everybody suggesting you something, right? I think the paradigm has shifted from that. I think it's more about, and I always talk about one thing to people that I heard some people talking about work-life balance. In today's industry, there's nothing called work-life balance. It's work-life integration. Like, there are certain things which I do in my life. I'm very particular about it. I do it. I don't have to do it at 8 a.m. in the morning or 9 a.m. in the morning. I will do it. I'll find time for that. And that's what when I talk to my employees or my people, always talk about that, like find time for yourself, right? If you want to do something, if you're passionate about something, find time. You don't have to be 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. It can be any time. If you really enjoy it, you'll find time about it. And second thing is about, especially for Ancora, right? We still have a large amount of our workforce which is operating from home, like remote workforce. How do we ensure that social wellness, like when you're in the office, right? You have a bad call with a client, you have a bad call with your manager. After that, you go for a sutta break, you go for a tea break, you go for a coffee break. You went out, you talk about it, and you feel happy about it, right? But when you're confined to a room, how do you do that, right? So it's very important to have those social wellness initiatives where enjoy small things. Like, when a lot of time when we talk about happiness, we think it's too big. It's not about a lot of things. Very small things can make you happy. Enjoy, if you have a Diwali festival, if you have a decoration at home, show it off to the people. Let people appreciate it, right? If you have something done at home, if you have created a new food blog, talk about it, right? So it's all about how do you create that social wellness. So, and that has really shifted employees feeling more valued, more important, and they know that that's also an important part of the life. So I think that inculcation of that habit is very important, and it has to come from the company, organization, right? Because employees don't think day in, day out, you're thinking about clients, you're thinking about deliverables, you're thinking about multiple work zones. It's all about how do you inculcate that habit in the employee's mindset and taking it forward.
So Anish, thanks for sharing this, because when we started researching wellness and amongst several other components that we looked at as key factors, one critical element of well-being that actually came up was camaraderie.
Yeah,
and like you mentioned, social wellness in the workplace. So I love how you brought that out, and thanks for sharing. Swati, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks a lot for having me here. So we, as an organization, are what you would typically call BPM, KPO, any fancy name you want. But that also means there is structure and computers and you yourself. Before COVID, as you say, we were all about, let's get one EAP, let's do some Zumba and yoga in office, and that used to be it. I think over the period, the paradigm has changed. First and foremost, we are also hybrid and in office. So we have to meet our employees where they want to be met. You're absolutely right. 8 a.m.s don't do it. I cannot do one Zumba class and expect everyone to join. So ensuring that wellness is not one or two things, but a bouquet of options, which, depending on where you are, you can be met. A woman who's just coming back from maternity may need something very different from a young workforce at 23. We have to ensure that each employee's needs are catered to. We also have to understand that in the new workplace, it's not about the employee. So we've also got stuff which is for the families. So can you be healthy with your families? Can you have doctor support for your families. So expanding the scope of self has absolutely happened. And last but not the least, we've tried very, very hard to, again, I think I love the idea of social. We'll take it back, which is integrating wellness into everything, which means when there is inclusion, there is wellness. When there is engagement, there is wellness. When there is thank yous, there's wellness. So not keeping it as a separate strand has really, really made a difference for us.
Yeah, no, Swati, and I enjoyed our conversation outside where you really spoke about how at R1 RCM you've really been looking at this in such an integrated fashion, right? And not really as a separate vertical in your organization itself. And as I'd like to come back to you to hear a little more on it. But Murli, your thoughts really, because you're one of those organizations that fortunately or unfortunately have not had that privilege of the kind of flexibility that some of us have at workplaces. But beyond flexibility, what has health and well-being meant for you and employees at DCB today?
Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate HDFC ERGO, because sometimes wellness and all is seen as some kind of a loosey-goosey subject, but I think dedicating a whole conference for that is, I think, an amazing initiative. So I must, congratulate you on that. So we created something called People Forum way back, I think, maybe 10, 15 years ago. And in one of those meetings, we realized almost 10 years ago that mostly the young population, say around 35 and below, seem to be extremely stressed about career, maybe health, maybe something to do with their personal life, marriage, could be anything. And we saw that that has had an impact on how they perform and what is happening to the organization. I don't know, in some brainstorming, we just created a program called Employee Assistance Program, where free of cost, since 2014, this is much before COVID, any employee can approach this external professional help. We would not come to know. We would only come to know the number of employees who have taken this. And you can't imagine the relief that has come into the system because of that, because I think maybe culturally we don't want to ask for help, or maybe we are worried that somebody will judge us, or maybe whatever be the reason. And we found that that program has been one of the best programs, and through COVID, that really helped us because the stress levels dramatically went up. The second point I want to make is that everyone wants to have a sense of belonging, okay? So, again, years ago, we created something called houses, what exists in schools. So we have 5 houses in our bank, okay, of different colors, yellow, green, red, whatever. Every employee, as they join, the appointment letter says, you belong to this house. You could be in credit, you could be in business, you could be anywhere, junior, senior, vice president, president, doesn't matter. You will be in a house. The house has a captain. Throughout the year, the houses do a lot of activity. The scores are computed, and there is a, at the end of the year, there is some kind of a gala prize that goes to the house. So there is a cross-functional belonging. In CSR, we are focused on tree planting, water conservation and all. 2 days in a year, you can go and work in CSR projects, and the salary will be paid by us. You can bring your family also. So when you do this act of contributing, like doing tree plantation or cleaning up some lake or something like that, and you are also paid for it, there's a sense of belonging. Last but not the least, we do a lot of these programs on a yearly basis. I myself, quote unquote, walk the talk. I do 14,000 steps a day, believe it or not. And the reason is, you people can go and check this video. Years ago, I saw one video called 23.5 hours. The video says, you can do whatever you want in 23.5 hours, but 30 minutes if you walk, you can avoid hypertension and diabetes and all the health style devices. So I went and bought one very expensive Fitbit. Then I changed to some 1,400 rupees Chinese device, which keeps track of the number of steps. So I think by walking the talk with the employees, I think there is a lot of messages that you can send, which helps. That's the way we are approaching this.
Sure.
I hope
Oh.
that was useful.
It does, Murli, and it's wonderful to see how you're leading the way by example, really. And when I come back to you, I'd like to talk a little bit more about how leaders can role model these behaviors in the workplace. Very true. But Anish, if I could, really come to you and perhaps understand from you, from amongst the several programs that you've had in the last year, what do you think has been one of your most standout initiative and something that you thought your employees well and truly appreciated? We'd love to hear a little bit more about some of those practices, especially because we still have a considerable number of our organizations that continue to operate in a more hybrid setup.
So I think I'll talk about a couple of things which has really worked for us. I think the first thing is, as we always say in the corporate world, a manager can be a therapist. Manager can ruin your mental wellness, right? So the first thing which we have done is to make sure that we undergo rigorous amounts of trainings for all the managers to make sure that they understand how to deal with the employees, right? And as I think I was hearing somebody talking about it, that mental health is, you cannot see it, right? If you're coughing, people know there's something wrong. If you're having fever, you're hot, right? But if there's a mental health problem, you cannot judge it, right? How do you give constructive feedback? If I want to give a point, I can make a point nicely, or I can take this bottle and break it, right? There are two ways of doing that, right? So it's all about treating the managers, training them, and making them understand how to express empathy with the employees, how to give feedback, and not to measure somebody like, I didn't see you online for last 5 hours. Instead of like, have you delivered what was supposed to be done, right? So those are the one of the things, right? Second is, I think what I've always seen is every employee, and irrespective of what level, in spite of me being at whatever level I am, I love to be valued, right? And I love to be patted on the back, right? Earlier in my role, I used to always say that, I am single throat to choke. I have changed that for last 2 years. Nowadays, I say I'm a single back to pat, right? That's how I change my view, and that's how I talk to my people about it, right? That I'm no longer a single throat to choke, I'm a single back to pat. The other thing which we have done very, very well is when I joined this, 5-6 years back, when I used to look at the rewards and recognition programs, we used to do once in a quarter, right? Okay. Some 100 people are getting awards. First few 5 awards, lot of claps. The second 5 awards, claps go down. The third set of round, the claps completely stop, right? Because it's complete done. So what we did, and there's no citation. People come, they are getting award for something, they give a certificate and they go. I have consciously changed that at Encora for last 5 years. We do it account-wise. We do it client-wise. Believe me, it pains me a lot because I have to go through at least 20, 30 sessions talking the same thing. But what we have done is we call out an individual. There is a manager who gives a citation on why that person is getting an award. Wow. And that person talks about what has really made her or him do something which is making sure that the person is getting an award, right? And we do it diligently for last 5 years. We have multiple accounts. Sometimes we club some account, but there are at least 20, 30 sessions I do every quarter so that the claps never stop. Yeah. The claps remain constant and people feel valued. I'm getting an award, there's a citation, I'm talking about it, and then we have a wall of fame where people get, of course, because of remote workforce, people don't come and see it, but there is a wall of fame, right? I think those two initiatives have really helped us change the mental paradigm.
Anish, fabulous stuff, because, when Swati and I were chatting outside, one thing that we spoke about was to say, how do you still work with the power of one and making the individual feel special, but at the same time make health and well-being work for scale, right? Yeah. And Swati, if I could address the next question to you, therefore, you have about 16,000 employees in India. And that's a mammoth number to work with and to scale down the kind of health and well-being initiatives that you have. What's been your secret in terms of making that work and make it work in terms of adoption at such a large scale?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, we have 16,000 and 50% are at home and 50% come into office. They work across all shifts. So it is as much of a bhel puri as it can get. So that means we have to work really hard to ensure that everyone feels included. I will say one thing, and the only one thing that's worked for us through every program is technology. We have a wall of fame, but it is online, right? We have cult, and I'm sorry, and I know I'm taking names, but we have a cult online program So anyone can do it at any time. Then you have Practo, which means you can give medical support anywhere, anytime. It also doesn't mean that you can let go of the people who are coming into office. So then you have all those things then replicated in office. So when you do all of this consistently, and as I said, we started the idea of employee being the center of it and meeting an employee where they need to be met, you have to, in a way, create shades and gradations of the same program in a way that works for employees. And that is where, if you remember, the whole idea of integrating it into everything is actually a need, not something is a cool thing to do for us. Every program can be whether, so we have Zumba classes. I know we keep saying Zumba, but we could have that. We could have tree plantation. Like anything that is your vibe, you will find the community to do it. The scale we use as an advantage. Because once you have 16,000 people, there are enough people who want to go on a walk together. There are enough people who want to play cricket. There is always enough people who you can find a community with.
No, thanks, and Swati, it's amazing how you found a way to integrate it all. You, as you mentioned, engagement, wellness, and inclusion, and all three go really hand in hand for you. That's quite fabulous. Murli, my question to you is really on role modeling because you shared your own personal experience and you're such a fabulous role model yourself. A lot of times the challenge that I've seen organizations face is that they have some wonderful programs on paper, right? Which means they've signed up with multiple partners, they've got some fabulous practices, but adoption has been a challenge. And primarily the organizations that addressed it to two things: communication and leadership, really role modeling it right from the front. What's been your experience with your wider leadership team and with your managers on this front? And what do you think has helped you succeed with really stronger adoption in the organization?
So you're right. It's not easy at all. And especially if you are operating in about 450 branches with about 11,000 staff, and some of these locations are very far. Right? You know, I don't know if you heard of a place called Hinjalikat. It is in Orissa, right? So what our HR team, and we have a fabulous HR team, what they do is, first of all, we have a very nice, deep regional structure. We have made sure through the houses and the leaders that the communication and the engagement is wide and deep. So example would be, last year we had a program called Walkathon. And we started counting the step. I'm not mistaken, we did 11 crore steps, all employees put together. I think it was all together some 1,000 plus employees. And every day, everyone was competing across India, trying to say, no, my steps are so many, this, that, the other. And of course, some cheating also happened, and we had to kind of moderate all that. But the point is that people got engaged. The other thing, for example, we did across India was wellness camps. Everybody thinks that they are all in perfect health. But once you start doing this wellness camp, they start becoming aware of this. So I would put it as, it's a daily grind. It's not easy. Communication obviously is very important, but you need to have regional level leaders who are connected with you and believe in this constantly to push that. And it can't be just 1 year or something. You have to demonstrate that I'm doing it every month, every day. Then it will go and sink in. Otherwise, it's not very easy, you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that sort of syncs up well with what Anish really mentioned, really, right? In terms of the role that the manager, and in your case, of course, regional leaders play in driving this message. I know we have a few minutes left, so I'd like each of you to dig a little deeper on the personal front, and Anish, maybe starting from you. What's your own personal well-being mantra? What's something that keeps you going on this front?
Yeah, I think I heard Navika talk about it, right? It's all about the passion, right? I work very hard, right? Very late hours, and I'm not a morning person at all, right? So if somebody calls me at 12:30 in the night, I am always available. But if somebody calls me at 7 a.m. in the morning, I'm not available, right? So I think it's all about the passion. If you love your work, right? So I think I also heard somebody saying that if you treat workplace as your home, right? If you feel that feeling of home, then you enjoy the work, right? Because nobody forces you to do anything, right? It's all about you're doing it for the well-being of your family, because mental wellness is not just about you, right? It's also about your family, right? I may be like to chill at home, but end of the day, if I have to feed my family, if I have to give them a good living, I have to do something, right? It's mental wellness is a holistic view of looking at everything aspect. It's not just about me. The most important thing, I think, the passion. If you love your job, if you love what you do, right? Whether it is, and there are always and I think someone rightly pointed out, it's not just about corporate jobs. Every job is difficult. I know a doctor, very good doctor, he cannot take vacation at all, right? Because there are always surgeries going on, but he loves his job, right? So at the end of the day, if you love what you do, I think, and that's what the passion, that's what I always talk about people, right? In a management theory, there is a term called stated preference versus revealed preference, right? Stated preference, you ask them, they will always give you a routine answer, right? Yeah. But it's only the revealed preference when you get to know what that person enjoy. I think once you get that thing, it's difficult. It's not an easy thing. No survey can find out that, right? But once you know the revealed preference of what that person is, I think that's what makes a difference. And that's what have been for me. Revealed preference is always about I love what I do, and then I have no regrets of what I do, and that makes me keep going what I do.
Yeah, I think fabulous message. Passion is what keeps us going. Thanks, Swati.
Okay, so I would like to admit I'm neither a health freak nor a step person. I have to try something new every 6 months to keep me motivated. Between 2 people working at home and 2 children, I will also be candid that sometimes I have to put physical health or mental health, or rather mental health before physical health, which means if my son is giving boards, nothing is happening at home. And that is okay. I think the learning that I have is it is okay not to have all boxes ticked all the time. This is life, right? And one piece of cake, 10,000 steps. By the way, these days I am doing a step challenge with my team because we are in the zone of weather is nice. Last few weeks of good Delhi weather. So we are doing the steps, but I'm very certain 21 days later, I will be thinking, oh, it's too hot and I have to find a gym. And then it'll be too hot for that and I'll keep moving. And I think it is okay. And that is, I think, my mantra, to enjoy it and not get obsessed by it.
Amazing. Thanks, Swati, because I resonated quite a bit as you shared your piece, and I think such a powerful message for us in terms of therefore how we address needs of each employee as well, right? Because every employee is different, and their needs are going to change at different times and different life stages. So really great. Thanks so much, Murli. Maybe you've already shared your 14,000 step mantra with us. If there's something else that you do.
What I want to say is that in my recent trip to Chennai, I picked up a book at the airport. I don't know the exact title, I'm not able to remember, but it is something to do with being at peace with imperfection. So I wish I had read this book maybe 20, 30 years ago. So it helps you to make peace with imperfection. So some days you may not be, someday you may cheat by having a samosa or not do all the steps. So it's fine. That is how it would be. But I just think that if we are able to prioritize, so for example, we have in our building we have something called P5, which is a kind of a open space there in the building itself. And one of our employees who was struggling to do exercise or steps, I find her bring shoes, walking shoes to the office, and after lunch, she's doing about half an hour walk there, and then come back. Now, that I would say is a very good idea, because you have somehow woven some activity or whatever your passion is, maybe walking, maybe something, into your routine. And that's, I think, is a very nice way of doing it. So we are all learning this whole stuff, so I don't think, but the point I would like to say is that everyone has to find their own, own method to deal with this.
To the madness. Yeah. Thanks, Murli. Maybe something for my weekend reading. Thanks for sharing the book as well. But maybe, we'll take one question from the audience, if that's all right, and see if there's anyone who has a question for our panelists before we let them go. Go ahead, sir. Can we?
Hello, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is one employee wellness initiative which you have tried, heard of, which you would like to recommend to the audience, or take a vote from the audience so that we can have a checklist of possible initiatives to use in our organization. As you rightly said, the claps become softer and softer. That is one of the things of all wellness initiatives. It's a self-limiting initiative in that sense. Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead, Swati.
So this is the one we're doing right now. We've realized that, and again, no judgment here, but we've realized that anything in India with cricket works. So we engage, and again, it's a workforce demographic. So our company is called R1, so we have R1PL going on in 6 locations. We play every weekend. Every leader is part of one team or the other. We keep scores, we update it on YouTube. We do a lot of activity around it, but that one really works.
Including ladies cricket.
Oh, yes.
Yes, my
everything.
daughter goes.
So we have, actually my team right now is in the finals and they're going to play on this Saturday. So yes, we do that, and each location has to have at least, so as I said, we integrate everything. So inclusion, engagement, and wellness are all integrated together. And again, a small story, one person from my team actually works out of somewhere in Himachal, refuses to come back from remote work, but for the cricket tournament is staying with his brother-in-law for 3 months because he wants to play cricket with his friends. So there is nothing more binding than cricket in India. That's our experience.
So our experience is that if you engage employees in the CSR activities, that seems to bring in some kind of a lot of excitement, and the whole act of giving, doing something, seems to actually have a very nice effect on mental health, because the employees feel very good and they talk about it, they share, of course, in social media.
Specifically, which CSR initiative?
We do tree planting, we do cleaning of lakes, we do cleaning of parks. So what happens is then you can actually get all of them together and they feel that, oh, this is what they did together as a team. So we found that as a very, very impactful initiative.
Anish, is there anything that you may want to add?
I think both of them have covered it very well. And I think my theory is, we have, at Encora, we have 10,000 employees, right? You can have multiple wellness initiatives, but as I said, it's all about what means to a particular individual, right? We truly care about our person, right? So, and that caring should not just be on, an initiative or some stated dialogue on a website. It's all about how do you demonstrate that. And I'll give an example. Like last week, we had one of our Pune employee met with a very bad accident on a motorbike. He is an enthusiast, adventurous biker, and very, very bad. And he has been with us for 7 years now. Right? I spoke to him. I spoke to his family. My CEO, who is based in the US, he called him up and he spoke to his family, saying that we are behind him. We'll do whatever it is. Let him take 6 months to recover. Don't worry about work. He will be paid, and focus on your health. Right? And that really demonstrates that you care for your people. Right? You can have multiple initiatives, but these are like small things which really, picks the heart of the people.
Yeah. Do you mind if I speak? It's this. I used in one of my client companies, teaching English to slum children.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fabulous example.
Yep.
But thank you, and so I hope you got a satisfactory response to your question. But thank you so much for joining us today. Such a wonderful experience with all of you. Thank you so much.
Well, Dilnaz, because you're part of the family, you are going to felicitate the other speakers. So please stay back on stage. We want to felicitate you, please. Please put your hands together for Swati Khandelwal, CHRO, R1 RCM India. Anish Korla, EVP and CEO in Encora Innovation Labs. Murli Natarajan, MD and CEO, DCB Bank Limited. Dilnaz, you can do the honors. Okay, just a quick one. Outside, there's a Wellfee point. Normal people call it selfie, but we at the Wellness Confluence call it Wellfee. So please take a picture of yourself in the Wellfee corner and tag Dr. Mickey Mehta as well as HDFC ERGO, and maybe you'll get some attractive prizes. Panel time. 3 shiny, happy people is how I describe this panel. The theme is happiness at the workplace and beyond. And that's why I say shiny, happy people. Our first panelist is author and founder of Happiness Samurai. As the name of his company suggests, he's a happiness master. He comes with over 25 years of expertise in the well-being space. I've read his book. I've had the good fortune of chatting with him. He really is a happiness samurai. Please put your hands together for Manny Anchan. Manny, can we have you on stage? Nice coat, Manny. So Manny staying resplendent in his happiness avatar. Our next panelist is currently director and professor in the area of strategic management and marketing at the Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies and the Department of Management Studies, Mumbai University. His areas of interest, inter alia, strategic management, international marketing, retail shoppers' behavior, and he has more than 20 years of experience in corporate and academics. Please welcome Srinivasan R. Iyengar. Thank you. Thank you, Srinivasan. Our final, like I said, shiny, happy person, veteran banker, corporate well-being mentor, with 3 decades of banking and functional risk and controls experience across large, multinational and diverse Indian public and private sector banks. He plays a crucial role in providing investment and corporate banking services to companies, governments, institutions, and ultra-high net worth investors. Please welcome veteran banker, corporate well-being mentor, Prasad Pradhan. Thank you, Prasad. Over to the 3 of them for happiness at the workplace and beyond. Stay happy and enjoy this one. Please take your seats, gentlemen.
So, yeah, good evening, everyone. I'm going to start with a serious question, and I want an answer because HDFC ERGO is all about health. What's your latest vitamin N level? Dr. Srini Prasad, what's your vitamin N level? N for New York. New York. What's your latest? You must be doing checks, right? Annual checkups?
No.
Okay, but do you know your N level?
I don't know.
But we can get you a test complimentary.
I wish to, but really I don't know.
What's your vitamin N level?
My answer is going to be same. Really don't know.
Okay.
But would like to get complimentary.
Anyone in the audience knows their latest vitamin N level? Please, it's a very serious question. Who's done the latest health checkup recently? Anyone? So, do you want the answer? Vitamin N is the power to say no. It's a power for self-preservation. No means no. And why I'm linking it to habits? When you build the right habits in place, you build discipline. Discipline gives you freedom, and freedom gives you the power to say no. So that's what I would like to start with. If you want to be successful in life, say no. Wow. Right? So what do you think? You're an esteemed professor, and what's your view on vitamin N?
Power of saying no.
Yes, what do you think?
90% problem comes when you are not comfortable, we say yes.
Right.
It is better safe to say no at the beginning. It might look hard, but in long run you will get a good return. I always say while search of silver, we lose platinum.
True that.
I always remember, I don't know about others, I can tell about myself confidently. I look for car, maybe premium luxury.
Right.
I want to buy a house.
Okay.
I put all my energy, my effort, time, so and so, whatever you say, 8 to 12 hours in a day.
Okay.
After got everything, I'm saying nowadays, money can't buy happiness.
If could I have known this 20 years before, my health will be good. We lose everything. After getting money, we search for reverse.
Absolutely.
That's the life is all about, I feel.
Okay, I want to ask, before I dive into your question, I'm going to ask Prasad. Prasad, what makes a woman truly happy?
Well, that's a challenging question.
I know even God doesn't know the answer, but
Yeah.
I'm going to ask
so
you
one can be diplomatic in answering this question. But yeah, the most important, what we always believe, and I personally believe, is the respect.
perfect.
Respect, recognition, and that substance, what we talk about, is that giving that presence credential in anyone's life,
Absolutely.
regardless of gender.
So the answer in the right wording is for a woman's voice to be heard. That makes her truly happy, and I think India is waking up to that. HDFC ERGO has amazing women leaders, Sudakshana right at the top leading the way. So I think it's time for New India to have amazing women leaders at the top, and women want their voice to be heard. Professor, since you are very, very clever, very, very intelligent, what makes a woman truly happy?
Good question, asking wrong person. Probably if could have asked this question, I could have brought my wife here.
Okay, but you want to give it a shot. In an idealistic world, what makes a woman truly happy?
To make their comfort zone. Don't enter into their comfort zone.
Okay, so
But
can I link it to the fun answer? Now I'm going to give a fun answer. That was a serious one. The fun answer, what makes a woman truly happy in an idealistic world is a man with no voice and no voice.
Absolutely.
Right? So that makes her very comfortable. So Prasad, I'm going to start with a question for you. How can one face or prepare to manage the family's self-medical exigencies while being in demanding corporate work culture pressures?
The question closest to my heart, which I lived maybe for the last couple of decades. The most important, and which I always talk about, are the 3 A's, which I say. First is assess the situation. Once you assess the situation, accept the situation, and then accommodate the situation. In today's day and age of a corporate world, it's quite tough for any employee and employer as well to accept any medical situation or the exigency in the life. And I really compliment HDFC ERGO for being the first in this entire domain to start this initiative.
Amazing, yeah.
1 year back, and which we can see the fruits on the pathway. This is unsung, but the most critical aspect, which is the need of an hour.
Okay.
And many a times in the corporate world, it's a fear which makes employees to not speak about it, not being vocal about it. Fear of that missing something in the life, fear of missing my promotion, fear of missing my career aspirations in the life. But that is something which, if any organization can understand and give that comfort level to any of the employee who needs that kind of just keeping the shoulder around, the arm around, and giving that confidence to the employer that we are with you. That's most important. Otherwise, that belongingness from the employee towards the organization would be missing, and there will be always a fear factor. But once and any time the organization is with the employee is always with you.
Okay.
That's for sure.
Great. So, Shrini, what advice would you give to the graduating class of 2024? You run one of the dream institutions in India. How can individuals navigate the challenges and uncertainties associated with career transitions? I'm sure they are asking you this too.
It's a wonderful question. I'll put it in simple, lucid language, not necessary for MBA students, even to everyone. You know where do you want to achieve?
Absolutely.
What are the resources you have?
Right.
If you don't have a resource, how can you build the resource? How do you bridge the gap?
Right.
And today, the same thing happening, navigating employees, even to the corporate. World is so dynamic. Your continuous effort on learning. Where do you want to? Because you have to do retrospect it, what you can do that.
Right.
Because industry is changing dynamic. You have seen that.
Absolutely.
How the technology changed the shelf life. That's what Schumpeter talks about. Less
Right.
than 20 years today shelf life. Even that you talk about individual, I'm talking about you should ask this question to the company also.
True.
Because the way the competition happening, the regular skill development is the one area you can keep on doing it, you have to upgrade yourself. And how do you are going to do that? Only through research. You have to identify what the research will help you to understand what the change is happening, the navigate challenges. Once you understand research, you have to build skill and knowledge. And also I say that one of the buzzword we can talk about, you have to collaborate.
Absolutely.
It can't be achieved individually.
Absolutely.
There should be a synergy. And today you can see the best corporate today, they have a synergy between, for an example, tractor company today talk about technology. Farm equipments, what to do with technology? But you can't ask this question. If you don't do technology imbibed in tractor, you can't survive in future.
Okay.
Because my tractor should have to predict weather prediction, soil quality, right? Bluetooth, technology, Wi-Fi. Because today farmer is not a farmer what we expect. Same thing it is happening in even somebody talk about wellness. Today we talk about why people buy Apple Watch. To watch the time? Not at all. The purpose is different.
True.
So we should try to bring to that level. Individuals also, we have to keep on upgrade constantly. Individual is the basic necessary things.
Great. Prasad, what about you?
To add to what Srinivas just mentioned to that, and again that correlates to the actually the well-being or the wellness of the employee. When any organization hire students from campus, it's a real-time fact that is many times we see that is we tend to hire scholars and not the budding professional who has actually exposure to the what's going to happen.
Right.
Being the proud alumni of IIT Bombay, and I could see sir sitting here, I'm so proud to see that is the application-oriented learning is currently the need of an hour and it's getting executed. Thanks to our PM, that is, they have already actually introduced this in the most of the curriculum under NEP policy 2020. But at the same time, when we talk about the well-being of the employee, this well-being and making the newer hires, the budding professional, it's most critical. So when we hire any new employee, the onboarding happens, and there has to be always the onboarding process where employee becomes the part of the organization, and he or she understands what is expected out of them as the budding professional. You can't expect the professionals out of the campus know everything, but that's where we have to really, really take the efforts, and we have to groom them, and that's where the belongingness will come back to the organization as well.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm going to close the session. I was a career banker for 25 years. I worked in India and globally, and I moved into the space of happiness and mental health. And I think the only advice that I give when I speak all over the country to corporate institutions and educational is make yourself 1% better than the previous day. If you work on your craft, everything will come to you, you know. So basically compare yourself with what you did today, were you better than yesterday? If you do it for weeks, days, months, years, you become unbeatable. I think, and then you don't need to worry about external factors guiding you. You control your price, and then companies would come and say, you know, come to this company and join at this price, this position, etc. So we're running out of time. Thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. I had a question for you. I'm not sure if I can ask.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're going to cut the segment right now.
Right.
We're out of time. Thank you so much. And
Yeah. Happiness we can. I'll call that.
am I allowed to ask that question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you, how can you measure happiness quotient at, let's say, a workplace?
Happiness is absolutely subjective in nature. It can be quantifiable. It is measurable. I'd like to request Ashish Ambasta. Please come on the stage for a couple of minutes. Just tell it about what are the micro and macro environmental factors, because it differs country to country. When you talk about that happiness, it differs. What are the indexes we can develop? Can you able to highlight for a couple of minutes, please?
So I'll just take 2 minutes. One is tomorrow is 20th of March. Tomorrow is World Happiness Day. And 2012 was the first year when United Nations came out with their happiness index of the country. India is one of the lowest ranking country according to that particular survey, what they measure is only macro condition, which is about what is your positive effect, what is your negative effect, what is your life satisfaction scores, social support, and freedom to choose life. What we have done, somebody has to work on this particular context. We have also ensured that we start measuring the micro conditions, which is about your relationships, your achievements, your work life, as well as the context in which you operate. So when you combine both micro and macro conditions, then your true happiness is something which can be measured. You may read about this tomorrow in the morning in the Economic Times. The report will come, which we have done for the third year. India as a country should be happy, and I think initiatives like this is going to take us to that particular direction. Thank you very much.
Great session, guys. Okay, I'd like to felicitate these gentlemen. Can we have Sriram Naganathan, President and CTO at HDFC ERGO, to felicitate Manianchan, Srinivasanar Iyengar, Prasad Pradhan. Yes. Thank you, Sriram. That was the theme, happiness at the workplace and beyond, with three shiny, happy people. A photo opportunity, and while I'm introducing the next speaker, we'll request production to remove the chairs and tables. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one of the main reasons we're here is for the India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness Awards. Now, before we deep dive into those awards, we thought it's important for you to understand certain essentials. I'd like to invite the Head of Research and Insights at Great Place to Work. He has about 10 years of experience in different areas of research with organizations like Deloitte and Gartner, to give us some really important insights on Great Place to Work India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness Awards, the research insights. Please welcome Suparna Banerjee.
Thank you. Hi. Good evening, everyone. I know we are eagerly waiting for the release of the list of best places to work. But before we go into it, let me share a few insights from our research of what we have understood of the best places to work in India for health and wellness. I think we'll need a minute before we get into it, so let me introduce myself. My name is Suparna Banerjee. I lead the Research and Insights vertical at Great Place to Work. But if we meet, please feel free to call me Soup. It's easier. It's also a common noun, so that works. Starting on, do I have a clicker? Yes. Yes. Our research finds workplace well-being and overall employee satisfaction to be strongly correlated and very interdependent. We see improving employees' experience around workplace well-being and psychological safety can lead to much improved results for organizations. We find employees who experience higher psychological safety at workplace compared to those who don't are much less likely to leave their jobs, are more likely to adopt to organizational needs, responding with agility to changing market conditions, more likely to put in extra effort, be more productive, put in discretionary effort, and at an overall level, believe their organization to be a great place to work. These employees will end up becoming your key drivers of innovation and essentially product delivery in your organization. However, despite the fact that workplace wellness is closely related to business results and at leading organizations a boardroom priority, Our recent research finds the Workplace Wellness Index has dipped by 2 points against last year. What we see, the key reasons for this dip happens to be that employees often feel hesitant or not supported in being able to bring their true and authentic selves to work. Sometimes they feel they do not have sufficient support in terms of training and career development. Or they feel they are not sufficiently involved in the decision making. They feel the communication is top down and not a collaborative approach. These detractors demonstrate a clear need for leaders to collectively address mental health concerns, address employees' professional development needs, and engage employees effectively in a 360-degree communication. To build a healthy workforce, leaders need to consistently focus on improving all aspects of workplace well-being that can impact an employee experience. This is quite similar to what our panelists have already said. It might sound like I am harping. We have found that 1 out of every 4 employees struggle with speaking up about stress, anxiety, burnout, or depression at workplace. They do not feel comfortable coming out to their colleagues or their manager. A lot of our panelists have said the amount of effort they have put into addressing this. Most leading organizations have already started providing mental health benefits, including counseling service, mental health webinars, wellness leave policies. That is not the concern. The concern remains the low utilization of these services in major organizations. This highlights a need for organizations to ease the usage of these services by creating a structured framework to support employees to open up about their concerns. While a majority of organizations provide health coverage, doctor consultation, and health insurance, our research highlights the immense need for interventions and a more preventive approach to healthcare. Organizations should transition from the occasional health checkups and occasional once in a blue moon wellness practices to a comprehensive and systematic health and wellness framework that is proactive, regular, and more preventive in nature. Our research also finds, now for some really nice things, 83% of employees have a positive sense of community. Most employees in organizations have a significantly strong sense of community in India. However, the sense of community is stronger among older employees. Older in age, employees who have been with the organization for longer. This highlights a concern. Millennials and Gen Zs either are the key backbone of most organizations or the catchment area and the target recruitment base for most organizations. Till leaders make building camaraderie between these generations, these age groups, a strategic priority, we foresee struggles in future. On an average, organizations in the top quartile of the wellness index perform far better than their peers, almost achieving 14% better results across various business dimensions. Organizations that focus on building a healthier workforce and a healthier workplace are often able to motivate their employees to be more productive and convert their employees to be brand champions, promoting their products, services, boosting their recruitment pipeline through referrals. Such organizations improve retention and organizational agility and are generally perceived to be healthier and more satisfying workplaces. This almost is a quantifiable support for most of the items we have already discussed this evening. Before I leave, I would like to leave with a parting thought. Even though there is an undeniable connection between employee well-being, and you would have noticed I keep talking about organizational success. Employee well-being results in organizational success. It's not just a nice to have. It is a must-have and a very important strategic priority. But I digress. the relation between employee well-being and organization success is well established. However, to ensure leaders and organizations are able to translate their effort and investment, they need to adopt a proactive, personalized, and data-driven approach to employee wellness to ensure return on investment and a lasting impact. With that, I leave you and I move on to a more exciting segment. Thank you. Well, I'll leave it here. Sorry. Now comes out.
Thank you for giving us an insight into the category that we're going into right now. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness Awards. We're going to go, there are 50 awards, 50. And we'd like you to keep your stamina intact and cheer all numbers from 50 to 1. Thank you, I like the spirit. To give away the first set of 25 awards, may I have on stage Balbir Singh, CEO, Great Place to Work India. Balbir, can we have you on stage? Okay, awards ready? Let's do this. The first award goes to Acquia India Private Limited. And the best practice for which they're getting this award, Acquia does not have an unpaid leave policy. It has a policy that says take it when you need it. Employees are given the flexibility to manage their time off. They can request additional paid vacation days beyond their statutory leaves with manager approval without any salary deduction. Many congratulations. Photo opportunity. The next award. Many congratulations. Aretians Technology Solutions Private Limited. Aretians Fitness Challenge is the best practice, and they received this award because the company-wide program promoting physical well-being offers a variety of activities for all interests, including monthly challenges, walkathons, group fitness classes such as Zumba, yoga, Bollywood dance, and Bhangra workshops. Aretians Technology Solutions Private Limited, many congratulations. The next award goes to Aristocrat Technologies India Private Limited. And their best practice, Aristocrat's Restore Resilience Program. It empowers employees to build healthy habits in sleep, stress management, exercise, and nutrition. It's a 12-week program that tackles challenges like participation, long-term engagement, aiming to foster a culture of well-being. Aristocrat, can we have you on stage, please? Okay, I guess we'll have to reach it to them. India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness. The next award to Carelon Global Solutions LLP. Their Manager as Career Coach program equips people managers to guide their team's careers. Through mandatory training and resources, managers learn to have effective career discussions with employees. Monthly capstone sessions allow managers to share learnings and best practices. Congratulations, Carelon Global Solutions LLP. One second, you've got the wrong awardee. Now it's correct. The next award goes to CDK Global India Private Limited. And the best practice, CDK Global offers a flexible work policy within their fully work from office model. Employees can work remotely for up to 5 days to address personal needs without formal approval. Additionally, most employees can choose their work hours with exceptions for teams requiring a specific login schedule for business reasons. Congratulations, CDK Global India Private Limited. Sorry, you'll have to ignore the screen at the back. Your award is fine. No. Unfortunately, the award and the backdrop are not matching. Is the award in your hand fine? It's not. Please bring the award for CDK Global India Private Limited, please. Shriram, can we have the award for CDK Global? Yes, we have a backdrop. And we have an award. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next award goes to CGI Information Systems and Management Consultants Private Limited. And the best practice for which they're receiving this award, CGI's individual health program offers a confidential 15-minute online tool. It delivers personalized health assessments highlighting strengths, potential health risks, and improvement suggestions. Aggregated and anonymized data from the HCQ helps CGI understand employee health trends and develop targeted regional wellness programs. Our next award winner at India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness, Citius Tech Healthcare Technology Private Limited. And the practice for which they're receiving the award, Citius Tech's Moms We Care program, goes beyond standard maternity leave, offering support for expecting and new mothers. This program empowers mothers throughout their journey through benefits like reserved parking, a welcome back gift, prenatal talks, travel reimbursement, emergency medical services, and postpartum mental well-being support. Well done, many congratulations. Our next award goes to Encora Innovation Labs India Private Limited. Well done, Encora. They prioritize a safety culture and equip employees to handle potential hazards through regular training and awareness programs. Their emergency response teams are comprised of trained volunteers from various departments. These collaborative teams educate employees on workplace safety, prevention methods, and incident mitigation. Congratulations, Fingent, for the next award. Fingent prioritizes employee well-being through its fitness benefit policy. This policy reimburses employees for monthly expenses for activities like yoga, gym memberships, team sports. This program encourages a healthy lifestyle by financially supporting employees in their fitness endeavors. Many congratulations, Fingent. All right, we'll have it sent to them. The next award goes to First American India Private Limited. The best practice, First American India fosters open communication and a supportive work environment. Their business units have weekly team huddles to discuss updates and solve challenges. Designated wellness champions connect with employees to understand their well-being needs and curate wellness initiatives, thus promoting a positive and collaborative atmosphere. Many congratulations to our next winner at the India Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness, Forbes Marshall Private Limited. Forbes Marshall fosters, come on guys, you can give them a clap. Forbes Marshall fosters open communication through M16. With regular one-on-one meetings, this program empowers employees to voice their concerns openly about their work and workplace. Their high HR to member ratio ensures accessibility and a focus on member experience, aiming to transition concerns into positive outcomes. Our next winner are Gainwell Commo Sales Private Limited. Gainwell, congratulations. Gainwell's Mentor-Mentee program is conducted every month for the female workforce. The senior women are assigned mentees who call and check the emotional well-being of the mentors. And if they're facing any challenges on the work front, they're immediately given advice. Well done, Gainwell. Our next award goes to Grant Thornton Bharat and its affiliates. The best practice, Grant Thornton prioritizes environmental well-being by tackling environmental stress. They use emission protection technology that utilizes chips to mitigate the negative effects of electromagnetic emissions from electronics. Following employee feedback sessions and heart rate analysis, Environix chips were installed, leading to an average resting heart rate reduction of 9.29%. Well done. Our next winner is H&R Block India Private Limited. Come on, claps please. Keep the pepper up. H&R Block prioritizes employee well-being with their annual reboot, a paid week of leave for all associates to disconnect and recharge. In addition, managers are encouraged to take their one-week personal retreats and schedule them for their teams throughout the year, fostering a culture of rest and rejuvenation. Our next award winner at India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness by HDFC ERGO, Haleon GSK APL CPL. Congratulations, Haleon. They offer extensive health benefits through insurance and preventive programs. Their insurance policies are unique as the coverage includes a third child, parents and in-laws, members of the LGBT community, differently abled children, and post-retirement medical benefits. Their Partnership for Prevention program provides preventive healthcare services like vaccinations, screenings, and mental health support. Many congratulations, our next winner, Happiest Minds Technologies Limited. Happiest Minds has a leave donation council. Employees can contribute to a shared leave pool, which assists colleagues who have exhausted their leaves due to unforeseen circumstances, like critical illnesses, safeguarding their salaries. A dedicated review committee ensures fairness and transparency in approving additional leave requests. India's Best Workplace in Health and Wellness. Congratulations, Honasa Consumer Limited. Honasa has a WhatsApp chatbot named Honest Ideas. It empowers all employees to submit business improvement ideas in real time, from product launches to channel improvements. The founder's office collects and routes ideas for possible implementations, with the top 3 quarterly ideas receiving recognition and rewards. Many congratulations, Indegene Limited. Indegene's decade-old program, My Health Matters, is tailored to meet a diverse workforce's varied health requirements and promotes an environment conducive to health and productivity. The program's philosophy, Get Fit, Eat Right, Stay Healthy, emphasizes a holistic health approach addressing physical fitness and mental and emotional well-being. Congratulations on your victory, Infosys Limited. The best practice, Infosys' HAIL program promotes employee well-being in terms of physical, emotional, social, and safety aspects. It offers mental health campaigns, self-care workshops, expert sessions, and physical fitness activities on various health topics. It also covers manager training on stress management to foster a supportive team environment. Many congratulations, JSW Steel Limited. JSW Steel offers a financial incentive to senior employees who choose EVs, electric vehicles, under the company's car lease policy. Those who opt for EVs will receive 5,000 rupees per month for up to 5 years or the lease term, whichever is shorter. This program encourages employees to switch from fossil fuel-powered vehicles to EVs. Congratulations, JSW Steel. Our next winner at India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness, Muthoot Microfin Limited. Muthoot's Microfin's Mamily program supports working parents through guidance and resources on childcare and parenting. They have webinars, awareness sessions, demonstrating their commitment to employee well-being and a healthy, engaged workforce. It also recognizes the importance of a robust family support system. Please applaud Muthoot Microfin Limited. Thank you. Our next winner is Mintra Designs Private Limited. Their initiative Min Talk empowers Mintra employees to drive their careers and well-being through regular open conversations with managers. Employees set the agenda here, guiding discussions on career goals, skill development, and overall well-being. Managers act as coaches and foster a supportive environment. Well done, Mintra Designs Private Limited. Well, all the hard work that Balbir is doing, the last 2 awards for him to give out. Congratulations, PepsiCo India. PepsiCo India's office design goes beyond aesthetics. It aims to embodify the company's soul by fostering a vibrant and engaging work environment. Every space is designed to be alive and reflect PepsiCo's core values, creating a sense of connection, continuity, and community for employees. Please applaud PepsiCo India. And the last time we called out these award winners, they weren't in the room, and I believe they are now. Aristocrat Technologies India Limited. There we go, Aristocrat Technologies India Private Limited. Aristocrats Restore Resilience Program empowers employees to build healthy habits in sleep, stress management, exercise, and nutrition. A 12-week program tackling challenges like participation and long-term engagement, aiming to foster a culture of well-being. Well done. Thank you very much, Balbir. To give away the next set of 15 awards, please welcome Yashaswini Ramaswamy, CEO, Great Place to Work India, and Anuj Tyagi, Joint Managing Director, HDFC ERGO. Thank you very much. The first winner in the next set, Pitney Bowes India Private Limited. Pitney Bowes Global Women Inclusion Network, commonly known as PB-WIN, offers their female employees networking, mentorship, and learning opportunities.
Could I request for a big round of applause? We need energy in the room. These companies have done so well. Congratulations to all of you. Let's celebrate.
PB-WIN offers their female employees networking, mentorship, and learning opportunities. Their activities include panel discussions, leadership updates, celebrating women's achievements, and under this initiative, Explore, Engage, Empower, the program provides a 4-month training journey for creating more women leaders. Many congratulations. Our next winner at India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness, Poonawalla FinCorp Limited. Poonawalla FinCorp offers an on-call nutritionist to help employees develop personalized healthy eating plans. This program promotes physical well-being by providing guidance and addressing common dietary confusion. Employees can book online or in-person consultations and access informative wellness bites on nutrition. Well done, Poonawalla FinCorp Limited. Our next award winner is Quantify Analytics Solutions Private Limited. Quantify empower their Gen Z. Please, round of applause. They empower their Gen Z and millennial employees to make informed financial decisions and achieve long-term goals. Their financial wellness program offers financial literacy workshops, tax planning, tax-saving tools and resources, wealth management support, and emergency loans at 0% interest. Our next winner at India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness, Quest Corp Limited. Quest Corp's Chief Listening Officer, Nikki, is an AI chatbot. It checks in with employees regularly to gauge their well-being and identify concerns. Nikki's insights are analyzed by leadership, who then develop programs to address employee needs and create a more positive work environment. Well done, Quest Corp Limited. Our next winners are Randstad India. Randstad India prioritize employee well-being with CYC Fridays. I'd love that. Clear your calendars each month on the 2nd and the 4th Friday. This initiative frees employees' schedules for focused work or personal commitments, promoting a healthy work-life balance and a productive environment. Congratulations to Randstad India. Please welcome with some applause our next winner, SBI Cap Securities Limited. Fitopia is their dedicated employee fitness initiative that promotes a workplace well-being culture. It offers a variety of employee fitness activities such as yoga, health talks, marathons, and gym access to encourage regular exercise and healthy habits. Many, many congratulations, SBI Cap Securities Limited. Remember, these are the 50 best workplaces in health and wellness. And our next winner is Senco Gold Limited. Senco Gold has an initiative called Coffee Peene Chale to strengthen team spirit and employee bonding. This initiative has been undertaken to create a space where managers and employees can converse with each other and exchange life stories and challenges beyond work. Senco Gold Limited for Coffee Peene Chale. Our next winner, Shoppers Stop Limited. Shoppers Stop offers financial support during emergency through benevolent loans. Employees with 1 or more years of service can borrow 25,000 to 50,000 rupees, depending on their grade, for medical bills, marriage expenses, or dependent care. The repayment occurs in 12 equal installments, thus easing financial stress during difficult times. Congratulations, Shoppers Stop Limited. Our next champions, Shriram Finance Limited. Shriram Finance prioritizes employee well-being through a multi-channel approach. They offer a comprehensive healthcare package, regular wellness programs, mental health support, and work-life balance. This has resulted in positive business growth, improved engagement, and zero layoffs during challenging times. Embodying आदत से मजबूर नहीं, मजबूत बनो. India's best workplaces in health and wellness at this wonderful health confluence by HDFC ERGO. Our next winners, Siemens Healthineers India. Fit for Life is a 3-month employee wellness initiative at Siemens Healthineers, focusing on preventive healthcare, targeting lifestyle-related conditions. It offers participants personalized consultations with a dietitian for tailored nutritional guidance and stress management techniques like yoga or Zumba. Progress is tracked before and after the program through biometric assessments. Very well done. Congratulations, Siemens Healthineers India. Our next winner, Standard Chartered GBS India Private Limited. They offer a well-being menu of resources and have created a network of 60+ trained mental health first aiders to identify and support colleagues. Additionally, they encourage people leaders to take mental health awareness courses and offer workplace adjustments for those with mental health concerns. Say hello to your next winners. Tata Communications Limited. They organized a safety carnival that promoted a culture of safety and sustainability. Tailored events for each business unit raised awareness of hazards and safe work practices, aligning with the theme of our aim, zero harm. The carnival encouraged employees to prioritize safety at work and home. Many congratulations, Tata Communications Limited. India's best workplaces in health and wellness. The next award goes to TIAA Global Capabilities Private Limited, formerly known as TIAA Global Business Services India Private Limited. Their well-being program, Urja, consists of interventions around the 4 pillars of well-being: mental, emotional, physical, financial, and social. It offers regular awareness sessions, a wellness corner application for all TIAA associates, and easy access to healthcare professionals on site during all shift hours. Well done, TIAA Global Capabilities Private Limited. The next winner, TVS Credit Services Limited. Congratulations, TVS Credit Services. They recognize the value of physical activity and social connection. They organize the Champions Cricket League, fostering teamwork and camaraderie across departments. This inclusive initiative complements their carom, table tennis, and volleyball tournament offerings, catering to diverse interests and promoting a healthy, engaged workforce. Our next winner, Volkswagen Group Technology Solutions India Private Limited. Volkswagen's Nurturing Emotional Well-Being program empowers people managers to support employee well-being. It equips managers to identify signs of stress and emotional distress in the workplace. Through training on probing techniques and sensitive communication, managers learn to reach out and offer support to struggling team members effectively. Congratulations, Volkswagen Group Technology. Well, the last time we announced this award, they weren't here in the banquet hall, and they are now, I believe. Many congratulations, Atria Convergence Technologies Limited, for successfully creating a psychologically and emotionally healthy workplace culture in your organization that inspires high performance. Are you here, Atria? You can come up now and receive your award. All right, now I want to see some energy, please. The last 10 awards of our set of 50, the last 10, Yashaswini and Anuj, I'm sorry, you're going to have to continue doing the hard work you're doing by being on stage for the last 10. Thank you very much. Many, many congratulations, Accenture Solutions Private Limited. Benefits You is a well-being program at Accenture, offering hyper-personalized benefits at discounted rates. It covers physical, mental, financial wellness for employees and their families through home care, fitness plans, financial advisors, online pharmacies, and more. Well done, Accenture Solutions Private Limited. Our next winner at India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness, Blue Yonder India Private Limited. Well-being Week. I can only see the first row clap. Come on, guys. Last 9 awards. Well-being Week is an annual Blue Yonder event promoting employee health and wellness and happiness. It started with physical activities but now includes mental well-being with meditation, yoga, workshops, essential health screenings, a battling burnout webinar, cooking classes, and social events like a 5K run and virtual challenges. Many congratulations, Blue Yonder. Our next worthy winner, Capgemini Technology Services India Limited. Capgemini, well done. They offer a women well-being series with monthly webinars on women's health topics led by experts. Over the past few months, these sessions have encouraged conversations on issues such as menstrual cycles, pregnancy do's and don'ts, fertility-related queries, and more. Well done, Capgemini. Our next winners are DCB Bank Limited. DCB Bank's annual walkathon challenges employees to walk more over 2 weeks. To date, they've logged over 1 billion total steps while successfully promoting camaraderie, health, and friendly competition. Well done, DCB Bank Limited. Round of applause. The last few awards. Well done, Flipkart Group, Flipkart Internet Private Limited, ClearTrip, Flipkart Health Plus, Flipkart Zen Garden offers a tranquil space for the mental well-being of their employees. The 3 zones in this haven use techniques to improve focus, manage emotions, and boost energy. The Balance Zone promotes calmness, the Blossom Zone fosters self-discovery, and the Bliss Zone is revitalizing. Excellent job, Flipkart Group. Our next winner at India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness, Hindalco Industries Limited. Hindalco partners with an organization, Samarth, to support employees with elderly care. This allows their employees to ensure their parents living far away receive timely care and companionship, providing peace of mind. Excellent job done, Hindalco Industries Limited. Our next winner, PGP Glass Private Limited. PGP Glass, the mandatory privilege leave policy at PGP Glass has been devised to ensure every employee balances their professional and personal life. To facilitate this, employees must avail themselves of 50% of allotted leave in the calendar year. This policy has been successful in preventing burnout and reducing absenteeism in the plants. The final 3 awards in India's Best Workplaces in Health and Wellness. R1 RCM Global Private Limited. R1 Lifestyle is a global well-being platform at R1 RCM that promotes holistic health for employees. It provides a confidential well-being assessment to learn about their strengths and areas of improvement. Based on this assessment, the platform offers personalized recommendations, team activity suggestions, and non-monetary awards for healthy habits. Great job done, R1 RCM Global Private Limited. Our penultimate winner is SIS Limited. Their Swasth Saturday program is designed to guide their workplace towards a healthier lifestyle. This program places a certain emphasis on both mental and physical wellness. This creates a comprehensive approach to nurturing the overall health of their employees. Many congratulations to SIS Limited. And our final winner, Uno Minda Group. Uno Minda's Safety First initiative strives to achieve a zero incident culture, zero accidents, zero occupational health issues, and zero waste. They focus on building a strong safety culture through regular assessments, digital tracking, continuous learning, and encouraging all employees to report all possible mishaps and hazards. Well done, Uno Minda. Well deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the curtain down on this wonderfully eventful afternoon and evening, we have something special to unveil. It's called the Wall of Fame, and we request Yashaswini Ramaswamy, CEO, Great Place to Work, and Anuj Tyagi, Joint Managing Director, HDFC ERGO, to stay on and unveil this spectacular Wall of Fame. Can we have it, please? There you have it, all the winners, the Wall of Fame. Round of applause if you won, round of applause if you didn't win. Just a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Yashaswini. Thank you, Anuj, for all your hard work. Wonderful. Time now for our closing remarks and vote of thanks. Dr. Mickey Mehta, are you still here? The face of Habit of Life? Mickey's left for the day. To give the vote of thanks, I call on stage Balbir Singh, COO, Great Place to Work India. Balbir, can you have you on, please?
Good evening, everyone. Let's do another big round of applause for all the winners today. And what I will request after I am done, I will not take long. I will request all the winners to come on the stage and we can take one photo with all the winners together. So whoever is in the room, please do come and we can take one photo with the Wall of Fame. It's been exciting and a long day for all of us here, but getting to learn from the best. Some life experiences, anecdotes from personal lives, and so many practices and amazing things that people are doing at individual and at organization level. I'm sure everybody must have got something that they will take away today and will take it back to their own lives and in their organizations to implement. The day will not be complete if I were to not thank all the delegates, guest speakers, and the dignitaries who made this day possible. And a big thank you to the leadership teams at HDFC ERGO and Great Place to Work. A big round of applause for the teams that have burned their midnight oil to make this day happen. Please, a big round of applause for the team. And with that, I would like to put the curtains on the day and request all the winners to come on the stage for a final photo for all the winners together. Everyone, may I request to please come on the stage.
Okay, also another thing while the photo opportunities happen, can we please have the QR code on screen, please? Can we have the QR code? Now, ladies and gentlemen, from me, Rishi K, and everybody at HDFC ERGO, everybody at Great Place to Work, all our partners, I hope you enjoyed the show as much as we did bringing it to you. We would love to hear your feedback on the Wellness Confluence 2024. Please scan this QR code on your mobile screen. Share your feedback. The QR code will remain on the screen for a couple of minutes. Please join us for networking. Join us for dinner. We'd love to have your company. And do remember us till next year at the Wellness Confluence 2024 HDFC ERGO. Good night and over and out. And please do come on stage, the winners, for your photo opportunity.
you.